2025. I am Christine King, Chairwoman of the City of Miami Commission, in case you guys don't know, but I suspect that you do. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your advocacy. We are going to start our meeting with the presentation for one of our officers who's going to be retiring. Our police chief is going to join me. And if Officer William Nickerson and those who are going to be here in support of would join me. Chief.
So good morning, everyone. As they make their way over here, just real grateful to the chair, the mayor, the rest of the commissioners for always acknowledging the hard work of the Miami Police, those individuals that have dedicated their life to public service. And this is one of those gentlemen. Will Nickerson, near and dear to my heart, has dedicated the vast majority of his life and passing on the legacy. His son is with the department, but let me tell you what this individual has done. Back in, I want to say it was 2009, I was a lieutenant of the gang unit, and we were kind of looking at a model, and we realized there was a lot of individuals that we had identified, developed probable cause to arrest, but were roaming out free. So we needed a model to kind of go out there and do some fugitive apprehension. So we created a task force. We created the Felony Apprehension Team, or FAT. I was a little heavier at that time, so I was a fat lieutenant. And we went out there, and what these folks have done, partnering up with our folks in the U.S. Marshals, is incredible. Thousands of individuals that have broken the law, that have hurt our community, that have decreased the quality of life in the city of Miami, that thought they had gotten away with the crimes that they had committed, were not only identified, located, but brought to justice by the members of the Felony Apprehension Team, man. You have absolutely made the city of Miami a safer place, and for that, you have my heartfelt gratitude. I know you're leaving. You're going on bigger and better things, man. You're going to spend time with your family, enjoy the kids, but listen, you always will have a home in the city of Miami, and especially the Miami Police Department. Thank you. Enjoy your retirement. God bless you.
Do you have any family?
And listen, I am so proud of him. This is my classmate. We both graduated together, BLE 187 at Miami-Dade College. And to see him go on and still looking good, too, I am so happy for him. God bless you, brother.
Thank you. Let's get
At this time, we are going to start our meeting with prayer. And we have Pastor Willie Williams that's going to lead our meeting today.
I want to especially ask for a prayer for our colleague Commissioner Reyes, which is fighting for his life right now in the hospital. And I just want to offer a minute of prayer and the preacher.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Pastor Willie L. Williams from Greater Mercy Missionary Baptist Church in Overtown, historical Overtown. Let me back that up. And we're going to ask God blessing upon this meeting today. And we're going to ask each and every one of you to stand in honor of God. Every head bowed and every eye closed. Dear God, how excellent is thy name upon the land of the earth. We come, Lord God, to give you thanks for our life and our health and our strength. And God, you blessed us in a way that no other can. And we thank you, Lord God. And we ask, Lord God, for the covering of this meeting right now, Lord God. We ask that you bless each and every commissioner and their staff. Lord God, let them continue to represent you in a way, Lord God, that you will be well pleased. God, we thank you, Lord God, for the compassion that they have towards their community. And we ask, Lord God, that you just continue to show them the way, lead them, God, and guide them into the direction that they need to be. Lord God, let them honor their seat, that they will help, Lord God, those who are in need, and just have vision, Lord God, for those who are willing to go further than they are. God, I ask that you continue, Lord God, to just be their guide, Lord God. If you lead them, Lord God, they'll be well led. If you teach them, God, they'll be well taught. God, just like David said in the 51st Psalm, he asks you, God, to create in him a clean heart and renew the right spirit within him. And God, we thank you, Lord God, for that revelation. And God, we ask for a special blessing, Lord God, for those who are sick and shut in, especially, Lord God, Commissioner who is in need, Lord God, of your healing touch. God, bless him in a mighty way. And God, in every family who is represented here today, you know their needs, God. And use our commissioners today and forevermore to make provision, to stand, Lord God, on the words that they proclaim, and show, Lord God, that need to be shown in all our endeavors. So thank you. Thank you for being the God who you are. Thank you, Lord God, for being the protector and the provisionary of our lives. Thank you, God, for blessing us wholeheartedly. And God, we'll be so grateful, ever so careful to give you the praise. In Jesus' name, in the name that is above every name, those that give you power, if it's Yahweh, if it's Jehovah, if it's Yeshua, but I call him Jesus. Thank you, God. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Pastor. At this time, we will say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. City Attorney, would you please read your statement for the record?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. George Weisson, City Attorney. May it please the Commission. Detailed information about the processes, order of business, rules of procedure, and scheduling or rescheduling of City Commission meetings can be found in Chapter 2, Article 2 of the City Code, a copy of which is available online at www.municode.com. Any person who is a lobbyist pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 6 of the City Code must register with the City Clerk and comply with the related city requirements for lobbyists before appearing before the City Commission. A person may not lobby a city official, board member, or staff member until registering. A copy of the code section about lobbyists is available in the City Clerk's office or online at www.municode.com. Any person making a presentation, formal request, or petition to the City Commission concerning real property must make the disclosures required by the City Code in writing. A copy of the City Code section is available at the office of the City Clerk or online at www.municode.com. The City of Miami requires that anyone requesting action by the City Commission must disclose before the hearing any consideration provided or committed to anyone for agreement to support or withhold objection to the requested action pursuant to City Code Section 2-8. Any documents offered to the City Commission that have not been provided 7 days before the meeting as part of the agenda materials will be entered into the record at the City Commission's discretion. In accordance with Section 2-33F and G of the City Code, the agenda and the material for each item on the agenda is available during business hours at the City Clerk's office and online 24 hours a day at www.miamigov.com. The meeting of the Miami City Commission is a limited public forum. Any person may be heard by the City Commission through the chair for not more than 2 minutes on any proposition before the City Commission unless modified by the chair. Public comment will begin at approximately 10 a.m. or 9:45 a.m. and remain open until public comment is closed by the chairperson. Any person making offensive remarks or who becomes unruly in the City Commission chambers will be barred from further attending City Commission meetings and may be subject to arrest. No clapping, applauding, heckling, or verbal outbursts in support or opposition to a speaker or his or her remarks shall be permitted. No signs or placards shall be allowed in the Commission chambers. Persons exiting the Commission chambers shall do so quietly. Members of the public wishing to address the body may do so by submitting written comments via the online comment form. Please visit www.miamigov.com/meeting instructions for detailed instructions on how to provide public comment using the online public comment form. The comments submitted through the comment form have been and will be distributed to the elected officials, their staff, and city administration throughout the day so that the elected officials may consider the comments prior to taking any action. Additionally, the online comment form will remain open during the meeting to accept comments and distribute to the elected officials, their staff, and city administration up until the chairperson closes public comment. Public comment may also be provided here live at City Hall, located at 3500 Pan American Drive, Miami, Florida, subject to all city rules as they may be amended. If the proposition is being continued or rescheduled, the opportunity to be heard may be at such later date before the City Commission takes action on such proposition. When addressing the City Commission, the member of the public must first state their name, their address, and what item to be spoken about. Any person with a disability requiring assistance, auxiliary aids, and services for this meeting may notify the City Clerk. The City has provided different public comment methods to indicate, among other things, the public support, opposition, or neutrality on the items and topics to be discussed at the City Commission meeting in compliance with Section 286.01144C Florida statutes. The public has been given the opportunity to provide public comment during the meeting and within reasonable proximity and time before the meeting. Please note, commissioners have generally been briefed by city staff and city attorney's office on items on the agenda today. Anyone wishing a verbatim record of an item considered at this meeting may request it at the Office of Communications or view it online at www.miamigov.com. For planning and zoning items, PZ items shall proceed according to Section 7.1.4 of the Miami 21 zoning ordinance. Parties for any PZ items, including any applicant, appellant, appellee, city staff, and any person recognized by the decision-making body as a qualified intervener, as well as the applicant's representatives and any experts testifying on behalf of the applicant, appellant, or appellee, may be physically present at City Hall to be sworn in by oath or affirmation by the City Clerk. The members of the City Commission shall disclose any ex parte communications to remove the presumption of prejudice pursuant to Florida Statute 286.0115. and Section 7.1.4.5 of the Miami Zoning Ordinance, Miami 21 Zoning Ordinance. The order of presentation shall be as set forth in Miami 21 and in the City Code. Staff will briefly present each item to be heard. The applicant will present its application or request to the City Commission. If the applicant agrees with the staff recommendation, the City Commission may proceed to its deliberation and decision. The applicant may also waive the right to an evidentiary hearing on the record. For appeals, the appellant will present its appeal to the City Commission, followed by the appellee. Staff will be allowed to make any recommendation they may have. Please silence all cell phones and other noise-making devices. This meeting can be viewed live on Miami TV, the city's Facebook page, the city's Twitter page, the city's YouTube channel, and Comcast Channel 77. The broadcast will also have closed captioning. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Mr. City Clerk, would you read your statement, please, for the record?
Thank you, Chair. The procedures for individuals who are providing testimony to be sworn in for planning and zoning items and in any quasi-judicial items on today's City Commission agenda will be as follows. The members of city staff or any other individuals required to be sworn in who are currently present at City Hall will be sworn in by me, the City Clerk, immediately after I finished explaining these procedures. Those individuals who are appearing remotely may be sworn in now or at any time prior to the individual providing testimony for planning and zoning items and or quasi-judicial items. Commissioners, are you comfortable with all the notice provisions set forth in these uniform rules of procedures we have established for this meeting?
Yes, we are.
Thank you, Chair. May I administer the oath for the planning and zoning items?
Please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If we will be speaking on any of today's planning and zoning items, the PZ items, that's PZ1, PZ2, and PZ3, may I please have you stand and raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at today's hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And your response is? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, are there any items on this agenda that will be withdrawn and or deferred?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Mr. City Attorney, Mr. City Clerk. At this time, the administration would like to defer and or withdraw the following items. PH2 to be withdrawn. PH6 to be deferred to the April 24th meeting. RE4 to be withdrawn. RE13 to be withdrawn. And FR2 to be deferred to the April 24th meeting. That concludes the items.
Gentlemen,
Ready for a motion?
do you,
Oh, sorry.
if you so you don't have any items that you'd like to withdraw or defer? Commissioner Pardo, do you
Yeah,
have any?
Madam Chair, the city attorney had requested that we reset FR1 because of some changes, kind of like what happened with the billboards, that we had some changes that go beyond the scope of the legislation and it requires renotification and rewording. So that one will be reset for a later date. Am I accurate?
Yes, we can, I believe we can get it on the 24th.
Yeah. Whenever you want.
Defer to the 24th would be the recommendation.
There's notice issues?
Yes, there are, in looking at the legislation, there were additional things that they wanted to add to this legislation, which were not part of the title. So therefore, the legislation is changing, and it makes sense to defer it, tweak it, then bring it back so that notice is proper. We don't have any Newmont issues.
And that's FR1.
That's FR1, the construction noise ordinance.
Okay. I'm joined now by my colleague, Commissioner Carollo. Are there any items on the agenda that you would like to withdraw and or defer?
Not just this moment, Madam Chair. Maybe afterwards it might be one, but not right now.
Okay. So may I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Public comment is now open for the items that are on the agenda that have not been withdrawn and or deferred. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I consider this building a great reuse of a property that has taken its toll. As many of you know, this was once the seaplane airport for Pan Am. Once Henry Flagler did a great job with bringing railroads down to Miami. We were able to establish the first international airport in America here at the Miami International Airport. So thank you to Henry Flagler and his infrastructure improvements with trains. We were able to get that airport. And thank you to Henry Flagler, we were able to get that nice plot of land that is currently used as the Presbyterian Church in Brickell. So I ask, and I bring this up to all of us, we really want to take this piece of history that we use for our children to go to school, that we use for our families in our neighborhood to take their dogs and to go ahead and go and eat at our food trucks. We really want to get rid of this nice grassroots area that we have and put an 80-story building up. A building that even if it does go up, you can't even make a left-hand turn onto Brickell Avenue. And when you make a right onto Brickell Avenue, you're going right into a drawbridge. So let's say you have 900 cars in this building, and you want to get, let's say, I don't know, people are leaving for work at, between 8 and 9 o'clock, maybe about 100 cars, and if for some reason the drawbridge goes up, do we really need an extra 100 cars at one time trying to make a right onto Brickell Avenue while this drawbridge is going up? So even if we have a traffic study that corroborates it, I don't see why we would have anything substantial for this project. I think we should leave it the way it is. let the children have a nice place where they can go to school that's right on the water, and also have a nice place for our community to enjoy. We don't need to make this into more of a concrete jungle than it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Chair. Sir, may I have your name for the record? Sir?
First name is Matt, last name is Morano, M-A-R-A-N-O.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you, Chairwoman. Elvis Cruz, 631 Northeast 57th Street. I'm here on item PZ1, the First Presbyterian Church. This is a clear violation of due process. The City Code, Section 23.2, a person shall be entitled to intervenor status if the person owns property within a 500-foot radius of the subject property. Despite that law, the HEP Board voted 5-3 to deny intervenor status. That should not have been up to a board vote. Chairman King, Attorney Wysong, this will be a slam dunk writ of certiorari lawsuit. There have been big problems with the HEP Board making subjective decisions in the recent past. For example, City Code 23.1b8 requires that new construction within historic districts are compatible with the property's historic character. And yet, at the HEP Board in March, this was proposed. The house on the left is an existing historic house. The structure on the right was proposed at that meeting. You'll notice it is completely incompatible with a historic district. That structure does not even have windows. And yet, the staff said it was intentionally out of architectural context in the district, and it would be visibly out of alignment with the architectural character of the historic district. And yet, the HEP Board approved it. That got approved by the HEP Board. This makes no sense. I recommend you replace errant HEP Board members. Please grant the PZ1 appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. No. We do this during the commission meeting. I don't want anybody to be removed. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. As a City of Miami resident and child...
Excuse me, would you please state your name for the record?
J.C.R. Collins, thank you. As a City of Miami resident and mother of a child that attends IPREP, I'm a big believer that education thrives in environments supported by community development, and I urge you to support RE9 Omni CRA. Considering Florida ranks as one of the states that pays least their teachers nationwide, I think this would benefit not only the students but also the teachers that really show up for our students. So I stress and urge you to extend the Omni CRA. And also as a resident of Brickell, I also urge you to declassify the historical Presbyterian Church and consider it as to what the previous gentleman mentioned. So I just urge you that you please consider and extend the Omni CRA RE number 9 as a parent and also as a resident of Miami. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Rick Madan, President of the Biscayne Neighborhoods Association. I reside at 2900 Northeast 7th Avenue, Miami. First of all, I'd like to offer my prayers to Commissioner Reyes and his family. Hope everything goes well for him. There's a few items I'd like to comment on. RE2, redistricting reform. I think that is needed, so please support it. RE5, the improvements on Biscayne Boulevard. Again, very important. So let's move forward. Thank you for putting in the application for funding the Baywalk RE6. Very much supportive of that. And support RE9, which is the extension of the Omni CRA through 2047. It is much needed. RE10, lifetime term limits. As career politicians, I feel they lose what the constituents want, and I don't think we want that. Miami is at an inflection point where we need good governance, right? We can be London, we can be Paris, we can be New York, or we can be Detroit. It's a choice. So please, let's put term limits up. FR1 has been deferred. Support of PH5, the Alapata CRA formation. I think it's important, long due, much needed. And then I also support RE11. I think that special event waiver for Downtown Cup should be granted. Thank you so much and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My prayers are with Commissioner Reyes. My name is Crystal Ivory. I am a City of Miami resident, IPREP parent, and a supporter of the Omni CRA. I was born and raised in Miami-Dade County and remember a time when after shopping at the Omni Mall, you prayed that you did not get robbed before you got home. I have seen firsthand the positive impact the Omni CRA has had on our city, and I'm so happy that I can call Miami my home. Over the last decade, many residents with roots, jobs, families, and a true desire to live in Miami haven't been able to say the same. They have been pushed out of the city because they can no longer afford housing here. My friends and colleagues who left Miami are professionals with postgraduate degrees who provided valuable and at times critical services to our city. Many schools are losing teachers, hospitals are losing nurses, and businesses are losing young professionals due to the housing affordability crisis in Miami. Over the years, the Omni CRA has worked with much success to reduce slum and blight and improve the living conditions of their residents. The current and most pressing issue right now is affordable housing. As you all may know, the Omni CRA has completed Wynwood Works, a 120-unit affordable housing unit that opened in February 2025. Another project we hope to see to fruition is the school board project. The project's plans entails a new IPREP Academy facility with space for over 1,000 additional students and workforce housing. The potential benefits of this project is huge and will serve two needs: high-quality public education and workforce housing. The Omni CRA has done an amazing job responding to the community's most pressing needs. I am here asking for your support to extend the life of the Omni CRA so they can continue to help our city thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here today. Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Attorney Weiswald. I'm here today to, my name first, Dara Jeffries. I also reside, like Rick Madden, at 2900 Northeast 7th Avenue in Edgewater. So I'm here in support of RE10 and RE6. Starting with RE6, the Baywalk Connection Design Funding. It's very exciting. I'm thrilled that this is on the agenda. I urge you to approve this funding and this project. It's a crucial step towards achieving the fully connected waterfront. It's one of the, a little blockade there that prevents it from being connected. Your support will secure the necessary funding for this phase. And by supporting this resolution, we'll be closer than ever to continuous public access to the waterway. It'll enhance walkability, recreation, and also economically, it'll be very important for the city. It's not just for our area. It'll be a very beautiful, beautifying aspect of the city. So I do urge you to vote in favor of that. The second thing I want to quickly address that is extremely important is the question of term limits. No disrespect to any of the commissioners that are here now, but I do think that term limits is an extremely important thing to vote for. It reduces the chances of corruption. Not suggesting anybody's corrupt, but it does reduce the chances of it. Long-term incumbency leads to entrenched political interests, and leads to the potential for corruption. I myself am a white-collar attorney, so I know that these things happen. By limiting the number of terms that an individual can serve, we really reduce the likelihood of power consolidation and undue special interests. Fresh leadership also brings new perspectives and new ideas and makes it harder for corrupt practices to take root and to flourish. It increases accountability because if you know your time is limited, you really are going to try and do the best you can. You're motivated to produce tangible results in a finite amount of time. And it encourages innovation. It also prevents political dynasties from taking root. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'll try to, Albert Gomez, District 2 resident. I'll try to start a prayer circle for Reyes today. He's such a stalwart in this community, and it's just so sad that he's going through this struggle, especially when he was looking to run for the highest office. So we're praying for you. Independent of that, the items I came here to discuss, some of them were deferred. But I didn't really want to discuss the items. I wanted to discuss process. You you all know me as an advocate, but realistically, I don't know if you know me as a manufacturing expert, as a technologist, as a real estate developer. I do large-scale work. I'm all about process. And what I'm noticing from the commission lately is that very, very impactful legislation is coming through with little to no community input. And one of the reasons why that is because we are not, at least in my view, in my opinion, not fully utilizing the boards that we have to pull in information from the elected or appointed individuals in those roles that you have appointed, to workshop them, to get subject matter experts to bear, and really tease out the best process. Also, I want to applaud people that are doing that. Christine King, thank you so much, Commissioner King, for coming to your constituency and talking about the tree ordinance issue. That is a perfect example of process. Going to the community, hearing from your community, and then coming back and making a conscious decision of where you stand on that issue. If you don't do this, it's going to always be broken, and you're always going to have these deferrals, which bring hardworking people like myself to the table, but we can't act like that. We can't give you feedback from here. It's too late. Please utilize the processes that you have. Appoint people in boards that are empty. There are boards wide open right now that you guys haven't appointed. Please appoint the boards. Make it a priority. If you need a workshop of individuals to try to see, put out some press. You have money. Put out some press to ask for people to come in to fill those boards. Please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Christian King, Chairman, and also Commissioners, and also well wishes for Commissioner Molo Reyes. My name is Ivory Keith. I live in the Dorsey Park area. I am here representing residents. We are writing to express strong opposition to FR1 and FR2, scheduled for the first reading on April 10th, 2025.
Sir, those two items have been deferred until our April 24th meeting.
Okay, can I still do a public comment?
We aren't taking comments on items that have been deferred and or withdrawn.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll see you on April 24th. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, Madam Chair. Our praise with Manolo Reyes, not only for him, but for his family as well. My name is Marcos Loureiro. I'm a Vice President of BNA. I live on 600 Northeast 27th Street. And I've been in Edgewater for 10 years. I remember Francis was a commissioner driving this idea of the Bay Walk. Ken Russell as well. I'm strong in favor of RE6 because it is the first step towards of something that we'll be talking for 15 years. I think we'll enhance the area and it will be a great opportunity for us to walk from Turtle Bridge all the way to Coconut Grove, underline. The second one is RE10. I'm a business owner, and I agree on, I believe strongly on the development and leadership, having fresh blood, fresh ideas, and I support strongly as well RE10 to give opportunity for new politicians, new leaders. It's not only related to bad things, opportunities for new things. Thank you very much. Good day.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman King, Commissioners. My name is John Torregrossa. I reside at 1010 Brickell Avenue. I moved to Brickell 3 years ago, and I'm a part of a large 12-step organization and have been for a long time. And I was very surprised to find there were no active meetings in Brickell. The only church that would allow us to hold meetings is First Miami Presbyterian Church. Pastor Bennick has opened his doors to us very graciously for the last couple of years, where we have 2 meetings a week. But specifically, Commissioner Pardo, we have a crisis in Brickell with a lack of meetings. So if there's anything you could do to help us get meeting space in other churches and any other buildings, that would be greatly appreciated. Our community is upwards of 400 people in Brickell that struggle daily to stay alive, and these meetings are very important. So I just want to put a word in that First Miami Presbyterian Church has been wonderful to us in our community. Thank you.
By the way, we'll make sure to go and make that happen. So we'll get in touch with you. I'll have someone come out.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, esteemed City Commissioners. My name is Tabitha Jana, and I'm a proud voting resident living in Brickell for over 30 years. I am also an IPREP Academy PTSA board member representing our school community. I'm here today to respectfully ask you that you vote yes on item RE 616168 to approve the Second Amendment of the Omni CRA. If you recall from my pink shirt, we have been here before making our voices heard. The dream of a new school campus project hinges on the extension of the Omni CRA. IPREP Academy, a top-rated magnet public school, has been a cornerstone of innovation and opportunity for our students and overall well-being of families in the area. Delays or setbacks in this process could compromise valuable initiatives that so many of us have worked hard to support. Your decision on this agenda item has a real lasting impact on our students, our teachers, and the families who call this community home. Thank you for your time and leadership. Please vote yes. Finally, as a Brickell resident, I also urge you to consider my neighbors here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, Vice Chairman, and Commissioners. My name is Ben Sorensen. I'm a Fort Lauderdale City Commissioner, a minister, and on the council of First Miami Presbyterian Church. And just wanted to first appreciate you all, especially Commissioner Pardo, for your leadership in the community, and ask for your denial of the application and affirming of the work of the Historic Board for the First Miami Presbyterian Church. Being on the commission for the church, I've been able to see firsthand the work that First Miami Presbyterian Church does in the community, their ability to be a beacon of light, affirming beacon of light, and their desire to continue to do that. The Historic Board voted by a unanimous 8-0 vote to support the updated designation of the church property, and that will continue to allow the church to strive in its mission towards supporting the community. I sit in your seats, similar seats in Fort Lauderdale, and so I understand the process and understand the engagement, and ask for you to continue to support the legal process through this. And thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and Commissioners. My name is George Simon. I live at 495 Brickell, which is immediately adjacent to the proposed historic redesignation portion of First Miami Presbyterian Church. I speak in favor of allowing the residents of Brickell residential community and their appeal to grant intervenor status with the Historic Board. Some may try to frame this as an icon versus church issue. It is not. In working on this issue with the neighborhood, I found interest and wide support for our quest to be heard at the Historic Board. We have engaged with hundreds of Brickell residents and numerous condo associations near and far. A very wide net of interest was found. Hundreds of Brickell residents signed over 1,400 petitions asking for this commission to allow the people of Brickell to have a voice in this matter. At the hearing in December of the Historic Board, the attorney representing Icon Tower 2, a condo community of 560 units, asked to be allowed intervenor status, given residents affected a voice in their community. At that December meeting of the board, the city attorney advised the board at that time against giving intervenor status for technical reasons. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't opine on that, about the definition of abutting properties. Quite frankly, the spirit of the law should prevail here, and that's my basic request. Technicalities should be disregarded. An example of kind of the absurdity of this argument, Icon Tower 2 is 60 feet from the church property line. separated by a park, a city park, but not allowed to speak, while 500 Brickell, separated by Brickell Avenue, more than 100 feet, maybe 200 feet away, would be considered adjacent. We can't let these technicalities prevent due process and violate the spirit of the law. Also of interest now is that the developer and church have changed their approach and are now arguing that ICON was not properly represented at the December meeting, and therefore intervenor status should be denied. So, wow, this runs in the face of the board's recognition at the hearing of our representation.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I close? I would like you to support the recommendation that be allowed to go back to the board for proper consideration and the voice of the community to be heard.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm sorry, Madam Chairwoman. My name is Poche Carter. I'm speaking on PZ1 as a member of the 12-step groups in the Brickell community. I live in the Rise building in Brickell and work for the University of Miami. First, I find it very heartening to see the civic engagement on display here today. I will be echoing a statement heard earlier. I can't speak with great authority on the issue of PZ1, but I can speak to my relationship with First Miami Presbyterian Church as a member of the 12-step community, and I can speak to the community-mindedness of the leadership that made the decision that affects our groups in that area. First Miami Presbyterian Church opened their doors to us when virtually no other organization has. We do have the privilege of accessing that space twice a week with an attendance of around 50 people who meet to support one another in recovery, which is truly life-saving work and essential in the densely populated area of Brickell where I live at. I appreciate your willingness to work with us, Commissioner Pardo, and I hope that the decision made will speak to the community in the Brickell area, and I'm just here as a friend of First Miami Presbyterian. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, City Commissioners. My name is Pia De Lima, 495 Brickell, apartment 5311. We're not here to have a referendum of the great work done by Pastor Bennett and the First Miami Presbyterian Church. We're not here to oppose an 80-story building, nor the great work that's been promised in the future, or the loss of views. We're here, Icon Brickell Tower 2 is legally entitled to be heard. We were denied this right on December 3rd. If we overlook City Code today, we ignore it today, we ignore it for the future, we ignore it forever. We seek fairness, not favors. A petition of 1,400 signatures on change.org was pulled down by supposedly opponents. A Miami influencer that really promotes the great work you do in the city ran nearly 100 comments asking city commissioners, the city leaders, to hear the community speak. So what we are asking you, commissioners, please hear our voice, have a balanced view. Let us bring our side of the story. And I want to put on record 100 letters, 100+ letters supporting this view. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Joel Minsker. I'm a retired attorney, and I grew up in this area. And I'm here on behalf of the First Miami Presbyterian Church, and I support what they're doing. And the reason I want to emphasize to you is that I am a member of a 12-step group, which graciously the church has allowed us to meet in their facilities, and they've been very good about supporting us. And pre-COVID, as you may know, many of the churches allowed us to meet in those areas and in their church facilities. Unfortunately, after COVID was over and everybody returned to normal, this church, First Miami Presbyterian Church, is the only church that allowed our 12-step groups back into the church. I'm sad to report that. We've had the support of this commission. I know that in the past, and I know we're going to have that in the future. But I just want to point out, this was the only church that welcomed us back, took us back, and supports us to this day. And I feel that's unfortunate and wish the other churches would do the same thing. Thank you very much for letting me.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Annalise Dory. I'm here to ask you to give the residents of Brickell a voice. The First Presbyterian Church is situated in a historical area. It is close to Brickell Park and the Brickell Mausoleum. It is in an ecosystem that is a little bit fragile. It's in a flood zone. There's a lot of things that I think the residents deserve to hear really independent experts on the subject. And I'm here to ask you to make a decision that will not undermine public trust and that will give residents a voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kerry Tolley. I've been a resident of Miami for over 20 years. I've been involved with First Miami Church for over 15 years. I've been a Presbyterian for 40 years, and I've been involved in Presbyterian church leadership throughout that period of time. We've heard a lot of great comments about First Miami, and I don't disagree with any of them. I recognized a long time ago that First Miami had an opportunity to be a wonderful worship community in the city of Miami on Brickell Avenue. I'm here because, in my opinion, the project that is going forward was approved in a way that essentially disenfranchised the congregation. You have both the neighborhood and the church members, the congregation, have been denied any meaningful opportunity to discuss or consider this project. The church hierarchy put together an administrative commission that came in and took over the church. You know, Presbyterian churches are traditionally run by the congregation through a session. Well, the hierarchy of the church appointed an administrative commission and took over the church in 2020 and is still running the church. So the congregation has no voice. They basically conducted a congregational vote during COVID. Interesting that we just had a comment about how First Miami was open during COVID. There was no worship at First Miami for over 2 years. And during that time, we had a Zoom congregational meeting which violated, in my opinion, violated not only the church bylaws, but also violated Florida law, Florida nonprofit law. The net result of that was to allow an approval of the project to go forward based on a meeting that was, in my judgment, contrary to not only the bylaws of the church, but also the laws of the state of Florida. I took that issue all the way up to the senior judicial body within the Presbyterian Church. I lost on a 7-2 vote.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. But I'm here to support the icon motion because I feel like the congregation and the community need the opportunity to participate.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, esteemed commissioners. My name is Amanda DeSeta. I'm a resident of the city of Miami, residing at 68 Southeast 6th Street, apartment 3303, and I am the head of real estate development for Dragonfly Investments. I am here in support of RE9 for the extension of life of the Omni CRA. Please approve the item as is. Since January 2024, the Omni CRA has done an impressive job by enhancing community infrastructure, resiliency, and housing accessibility. The Omni CRA is committed to affordable housing and has done great work in our community, helping families of all income levels afford homes in Miami. Work that should be extended far into the future as possible to benefit the community at large. The Omni CRA ensures that everyone in our community benefits from development, not just a select few. It attracts new businesses to the area, creating job opportunities for residents, which helps small businesses grow and thrive, boosting the local economy. Additionally, the historic preservation work and efforts done by the Omni CRA is crucial for community heritage and neighborhood experience. The Omni CRA successfully aims to uphold buildings and the cultures they embody. A prime example of this is the exemplary restoration work done on the bank building on the corner of 14th Street and North Miami Avenue. Additionally, the CRA is committed to increasing affordable housing options for Miami residents with a goal of 907 new units ensuring more affordable housing access. Dragonfly Investments supports the goals and projects of the Omni CRA, and we urge the Commission to extend the life of the Omni CRA. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman and Commissioners. My name is Reverend D. Graycheck. I'm the president of the church and also the chair of the Administrative Commission that is now serving as the overseeing body of the church. I became involved with the church in 5 years ago, volunteer, as part of a situation to help it remediate a tax lien that was laid against it because of a poor document that was written in our lease with the school. We have dealt with that and took care of that, and in the process, it was wondering how we were going to pay for this multi-million-dollar tax lien, that the property was offered up to be developed. In that process, parts of the property were somehow considered historic. I don't know how a parking lot becomes historic, but somehow parts of it were historic. Much later, they don't have the same architectural value as the rest of the church, and so we worked with the historic board to have that read correctly, just like we work with the legislatures in the city or in the state to have that tax lien read correctly. We've gone through all the processes that we are supposed to. We have engaged the congregation as much as we can. We have engaged the presbyteries as much as we can, all of the 42 churches in the presbytery. We have gone through all of the processes that are possible. We became involved when it wasn't happening at all by anyone in the church at that time taking care of this tax lien. And so I ask that you honor the historic board's vote, a unanimous vote, that there is an intervener status, and that the church is allowed to continue with its program that benefits the community all over the place. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Cesar Evander at 1050 Brickell Ave, apartment 1512, and I'm speaking on item PZ1. So I'm a proud member of the congregation, First Miami Presbyterian Church, and I'm here in support of the Historic Board's decision, and I'm asking the Commission to deny the appeal. So I teach at FIU as a cultural anthropologist, and I gotta go to class, so I'm trying to bear with you guys as much as I can today. I know these things get charged. But I've been a Brickell resident for the last 3 years, a native Miamian. Both my wife and I were born in Jackson North. Maybe some of you guys were too. And we moved to Brickell from the suburbs to be at the heart of innovation and business. However, we found that Brickell can be a lonely place. As we've encountered here and heard today, away from family and faith, for several months we found ourselves at the doorstep of our current spiritual home as First Miami. At First Miami, we found a community that, like us, has a desire to care for others. And they've cared for us, and even for our 2 wiener dogs. Right, 2 wiener dogs, they're adorable. First Miami is a living institution whose mission is to care for others, not just today, but for the future, and with love. The historic church building is at the heart of our property. As cultural anthropologists, I know how important culture is, and to preserve our identity. That building will be preserved and maintained, and there's no request to demolish it. We ask that you uphold the Historic Board's decision and deny the appeal. And I really thank you guys. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Patty Kelly, and I'm a resident at 2900 Northeast 7th Avenue in Miami. I'm here to urge you to vote in favor of RE6 Baywalk Connection Design funding. My husband and I have lived in world-class cities such as New York, London, Chicago, Boston, San Francisco, and LA. All of them have wonderful public gardens and waterfront spaces within walking distance of most residential neighborhoods. The Baywalk is the perfect complement to the rapidly growing Edgewater residential area, which is already ensnarled in vehicle traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Susan Carpenter, and I am here to speak on item PZ1. I'm also honored as a naturalized American to be part of this process and my right to get up and talk about what I'm passionate about. I've been a supporter of First Miami Presbyterian Church for over 20 years, and I am a supporter of the decision of the Historic Board and ask the Commission to deny the appeal in PZ1. The First Miami Presbyterian Church has been, the plan for the First Presbyterian Church has been years in the making. The church followed all the rules, attended all public meetings, shared their vision with the congregation and the public, and most importantly, made a clear commitment to protect that which is truly historic in the church. I have to personally say that the Flagler Chapel in the church, which is, you just feel the history when you're in there, has been a place that has helped me and has given me a lot of peace in times of trouble. And this area and the other part of the churches that are truly historic will not be affected by this development. Everyone agreed with the decision from the city staff, the preservation experts, and the historic board about what is historic. Therefore, I ask that you uphold the decision of the historic board and deny the appeal of PZ1. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Claudia Harari. I'm here today as a Brickell resident to ensure our voices are heard. This is not about blocked views. It's about responsible development, protecting our neighborhood's historic heritage, and making sure due process is followed. We are not against growth. We are against decisions that disregard community input and long-standing protections. We respectfully ask you to consider the community's concerns and give us the opportunity to be heard. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. My full name is Carlos Augusto Curet. I am a resident of the city of Miami. My physical address is 495 Brickell Avenue, apartment 611, zip code 33131. This development is a land sale dressed up as community progress. A deal was made between the church and a developer before this historic property lost its designation. No community forum, collaboration with residents, or environmental impact study existed. Now, we face the loss of a landmark, the removal of green space, and the strain on our streets and sewers, all for the profit of private investors. The lack of transparency and public input in this process undermines the credibility of the city commissions and fairness for residents. We ask you to serve the community by giving us a fair sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Amanda Olivastro, representing Julian Henrys, here to speak in favor of RE11, the Downtown Cup. The Downtown Cup is a 5v5 tournament with an adult, teen, and kids league competing for high-value prizes. The adult league champions, for example, will win 5 round-trip tickets to South America, sponsored by Delta Airlines and LATAM. Outside of tournament-scheduled games, the field will be open to the community for pickup soccer games, creating an inclusive space for play and connection right on Flagler's newly completed streetscape. With over 125 teams registered, we have the ability to program 3 games every weekday evening, bringing life and energy to Flagler Street's slower nights when businesses can struggle with inconsistent foot traffic. Beyond this initiative's immediate impact, It presents an opportunity to gather actionable data. The Miami DDA gathered incredible data during this past year's Holiday Village. 75,000 people came to downtown to experience the Holiday Village. 66,000 of these visitors were new to downtown. That's almost 90% of the total visitors of the Holiday Village being first-timers to our neighborhood. Similarly, every Sunday we host the Sunday markets, and this consistently attracts over 1,000 people every single week to Flagler. We want to build on this momentum and explore how weekday activations like the Downtown Cup can drive similar success. The Downtown Cup is more than a soccer tournament. It's a strategic tool to boost vibrancy, increase foot traffic, and facilitate economic vitality in downtown.
Thank you.
When Flagler Street is activated,
Thank
businesses thrive. When it's not, it is unpredictable.
Thank
We
you.
want to give people a reason to come to downtown. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miami City Commissioners. My name is Otto Schmidt, and I'm an 8th grade student at IPrep Academy downtown. I will be continuing my education at IPrep into high school, and I'm very proud of the fact that our school ranks in the top 15 public schools in the state of Florida. As you know, our current facility is limited to a school board building in downtown Miami, which has been retrofitted to support our classrooms and has virtually no outdoor space to accommodate activities. Over the past many years, our school board, teachers, and students have worked diligently in conjunction with the Omni CRA to develop a plan to enhance our educational experience through a potential development of a new facility, which would include workforce housing for the community. IPrep is unlike any other school. We take an innovative approach to education, implement technology, and encourage students to think and act outside the box. No matter their background, we are a community of learners and deserve the best. There is a reason our graduates attend the best universities, and because of that, I urge you to vote yes on agenda item RE number 9, number 16168 for the extension of the Omni CRA, which would allow us to complete the work we have begun for the benefit of the community and IPrep Academy. Thank you.
We have to encourage our community activists. We have to encourage when young people come and share their concerns with us. One more time. One more time. Thank you, young man. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and City Commissioners. My name is Terrell Fritz, Executive Director of the Flagler District BID and proud resident at 111 East Flagler Street. And our thoughts and prayers are with our DDA Chair, Commissioner Manolo Reyes, and his family. On behalf of the BID Board of Directors, I'm here to speak in enthusiastic support of RE11, the Downtown Cup. This event is exactly the kind of activation that defines our vision for a new Flagler Street. Community-centered, business-supportive, and full of life. The Downtown Cup will take place between April and May 25th. It's a month-long activation that will bring people together through the universal language of soccer. So, whether you're a downtown employee, an amateur player, a downtown resident, or curious visitor, the pop-up soccer field in the 200 block of East Flagler will offer moments of joy, connection, and pride. The event's partnership with national brands like Delta, Latam Air, and Celsius, and local stakeholders like Miami DDA, and dozens of adjacent small businesses brings value to our historic commercial district. Downtown Cup has the support of Dade Heritage Trust, and we reached out to the residential associations in Brickell, Biscayne Boulevard, Edgewater, and Wynwood to invite those neighborhoods to come play on Flagler. Finally, the Downtown Cup is about much more than a single event. It signals what's possible on a street that's been under construction for many years. A future where Flagler Street again becomes Miami's Main Street. On behalf of the Flagler District BID and the business and property owners we represent, we urge you to fully support RE11, the Downtown Cup.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tara Steinbach. I live at 495 Brickell Avenue, Unit 4007. The First Presbyterian Church is situated in an archaeological conservation zone adjacent to Brickell Park and the Brickell Mausoleum within a fragile ecosystem. Excavating for an 80-story tower could lead to irreversible damage. Why would we approve such a large project near residential areas without independent expert opinions? The way this approval has progressed undermines public trust. The people of Miami deserve better. Please ensure that residents have a voice in this matter. Thank you.
Good morning.
Great Rising Kings and Queens. How y'all doing today? I am the proud founder of this Encouraging Dreamers Breaking Barriers. I'm here representing all the troubled youth living in Miami-Dade County. So I'm here to ask you guys to say yes to PZ2, PZ3, and RE9, the extension of the Omni CRA. Also ask that while we're here, we also need to start listening to the people, because the people matter and their voice is what's important and their concerns. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Carolina Campos. I am a resident of Brickell, and I am mother of 2 kids in IPREC, and I am here today to ask you, please, work together and don't make a decision today to say yes to the RE number 9. We have been waiting for that for a long time. And also it's a big project that will help not only the students and teachers for IPER, it's going to help a lot of people from the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joyce Froman. I'm a citizen of the city of Miami, and I'm a business owner as well. And I'm here to ask you to consider extending the life of the CRA. I'm joining many faces here asking you for the same thing. Some people are asking you to help them and extend it because they help the community. Some of here are here to help you because of a school. I'm a business owner, and my business would not be right now open if it wasn't for the Omni CRA. We've been open for 7 years, and I ask you to allow the opportunity for other small businesses to have the same opportunity that I have received from this organization. They do more than many other people think, and they have not only allowed me to continue in business, because that will be talking about myself, but I have been able to hire people from your district to help us and help them have a paycheck. So this is not about me. This is also about the many projects that the CRA has going on, that if they don't exist, and if you don't support that, many of us are going to hurt from every level of income in this city. So I ask you to please give it the thought that it needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ana Paula Lapa, and I'm a resident of 495 Brickell Avenue. I picked Brickell as my home, so I'm here today to ask you that please you hear a voice. Icon Brickell Tower 2 is legally qualified as intervener to have an intervener status, but we were denied this right. If we overlook the code today, we might be just establishing a precedent for the future. I think that allowing this decision is going to demonstrate, it's going to stand harms in the integrity of our communities. And I'm asking you, please, as commissioners, to demonstrate your commitment to the community, to hear us. And I'm going to rephrase what one neighbor just said. We seek for fairness. We don't seek for favors. Please stand for PZ1. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I am excited to be here. My name is Metra Stacks. In my first 60 seconds, I'm going to be representing the Miami Women's Club, located at 1737 North Bayshore Drive. I'm here in full support of RE9, the extension of life for the Omni CRA, and I respectfully urge you to approve this item as is. The Omni CRA funded the Miami Women's Club to the tune of about $4 million for the renovation of it some years ago. I have been excited since 2024 of the work that the Omni CRA and the Miami Women's Club is doing in the community, and it's amazing. And I'm excited about all of the development, all of the support, and all of the projects that they're going to be doing, because it helps us as a local nonprofit organization extend the work that we're doing in the community. And for the first time in 50 years, making the space available to the community. It's the jewel on the bay, and it's an opportunity to show support for economic development, businesses, and opportunities for children and families to be engaged. Now I'm going to turn around and reintroduce myself, as I must always do. I am also the executive director of the Overtown Business Association, the newest Florida Main Street designee. And if you're not familiar with Florida Main Street, I would like you to Google it. I'm in full support of the bond and the resolution for $25 million for the Miami MOCAD, an unprecedented opportunity to invest in Overtown's future while honoring a full spectrum of America's past.
That's for the CRA, the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA meeting. We'll have a public comment for that as well.
Okay, I just want to say, if you're not familiar with the Main Street designation, that item will help you understand how it fits into our community overall comprehensively, and it follows a national model. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good seeing you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Maria Bricino. I'm a Miami resident and voter, and I'm also a proud parent of a child going to iPrep Academy. iPrep Academy is one of the few public schools in Miami that is pre-K to 12. My daughter is going to be a senior next year. With that being said, she's been in iPrep since kindergarten. iPrep is our home. iPrep community is our family. That's the reason I'm asking you to please vote yes on the extension of the Omni-CRA contract that is RA9. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and Commissioners. My name is Bryce Rogers. I'm the pastor of Sunset Presbyterian Church in Fort Lauderdale. I'm here to speak against item PZ1 in favor of the Historic Board's decision. And I just want to say that my wife, Sung Min, is a full-time professor at FIU. I'm an adjunct at FIU as well, so I spend quite a bit of time in the city due to traffic, much more time than I would like to, but it's always a blessing to be in Miami. And I would just like to encourage you to support the unanimous decision of the Historic Board, which duly considered the historicity of every one of the buildings and the materials that they're constructed with and their historic value to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to have to say it also. I'm a proud member of FIU staff. I teach Miami politics. And, so good for FIU. They've got a great, great team. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is My name is Chaim Koren from 500 Brickell East, apartment 2802. I'm here for PZ1. As a resident, we pay our taxes and adhere all its rules. And when we renovate our apartments, we must obtain city permits, follow the regulations. How it is possible that the Historic Preservation and Environmental Board did not conduct an independent study before declassified a historical church, even part of it. A significant amount of work was done to classify the church historical status initially. Why is being declassified simply because a developer wants to build a 80-story building? We have many deeper questions regarding the impact of another 80-story building without significant improvements to infrastructure, water, and electricity. However, our main question today, why is it so difficult to give us a chance to share our perspective? What is the City Commission, the Historical Board worried about? All we ask for our city leaders to provide us with an opportunity to be heard. It is fair and square. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. First, our thoughts and prayers with Commissioner Reyes. I'm here on behalf of Miami First Presbyterian Church. I'm a member there, so the congregation does have a voice. We discuss many issues. We do believe that our parking lot can provide us a long-term viability for the church. not only in terms of preserving the truly historic value of the church in itself, the building, the main building, but most importantly, to extend the life of the good work that the church does. Without the financial support that this brings, what are we going to do? You hear a lot of our people here talk about the good things that are happening, what churches are closed doors, where churches are open. I can tell you from my personal life, 20 years going to that church, that it has changed my life. And I want to make sure that that opportunity is open to all community. Brickell needs this. Brickell needs the church and the touch that the church brings to each one of every person that even just walks by, because they walk by and they enter their church and the Holy Spirit touches their souls. So this project will allow us to continue to do that for many generations to come. So I urge you to deny the appeal and support the church in this venture. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Chair. Sir, if I could have your name for the record.
Hugo Melgarejo.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Hi, my name is James Alacio. I'm the General Manager of Icon Brickell Tower 2 and a proud resident of Miami. Brickell residents make significant contributions to the county's budget and have a crucial opportunity to collaborate with city leaders on shared goals. As residents, we support the church's decision to monetize its properties, provided it does not jeopardize Miami's historical legacy. Your decision today is about stronger protections for historical sites that define Brickell's cultural identity, independent assessments for projects that could threaten our heritage and environment, ensuring our voices are heard in decisions that affect our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Lamont Hebert. I'm a resident at 1111 Brickell Bay Drive. I'm the music minister at First Miami Presbyterian Church. I'm here in support of the Historic Board's unanimous decision and respectfully ask that you deny the appeal. I was sent a poster recently from one of the residents at the Icon building with the picture of the historic church on the front of the poster. And she was so alarmed that she thought that that poster was going to come down. A lot of people who signed that petition thought the historic church was going to come down. I just want to assure everyone that the good work that we're doing is going to continue. The free operas, the yoga, the Pilates, the services, the groups. One of my favorite things about the church is the people that come in and just walk in off of the church. And we allow anyone to come in, use the bathrooms, sit in silence. Thank you again for your time. And again, ask respectfully that you deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Gracia Sutter. I am here to be another person to ask for you to listen to the residents of Brickell, for us to have a voice here, for us to know that we are actually being heard. This issue is not merely about losing views. It's about fostering responsible development with a balanced perspective. We must focus on protecting our shared environment and heritage for the benefit of the entire community. We are counting on you to uphold this balanced approach in your decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners and fellow citizens. My name is Janelle Bennick, and I'm here with my colleague Anna and other voices from the congregation speaking on PZ1. I'm a supporter of First Miami Presbyterian in the Historic Board's decision and asking the Commission to deny the appeal. I value deeply what our church has done in the community, from our Serve Miami Brickell trash cleanups, our MomCo program that provides community for mothers of children ages 0 to 18, our free workout classes, Bible studies, AA 12-step programs, craft nights, and worship services. Our church hosts over 1,000 events a year for our community. We do this out of the love of our Savior, Jesus Christ, who calls us to love our neighbors. We are simply asking to move forward with what has already been approved so that we can continue to care for our community for generations to come. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning. How are you? I'm a resident at 495 Brickell Avenue. My name is Brian Rem. While discussing the right to a fair hearing, I'd like the Commission to approve the appeal of PZ1. I've wanted to share the impact of another high-rise on Brickell Avenue. We're facing over 900 new vehicles, a surge of residents in an already crowded area, and years of construction noise and disruption to our neighborhood. It will have a greatly negative impact, if not destroy, a vital green space park right next to this project. It's not responsible urban planning. It disregards our community, disguises growth. We're not just expressing concerns, we're waving red flags. Commissioners, please allow for a balanced debate. The weight of your choice will be a burden we will all carry. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Basil Marceline. I live in 495 Brickell Avenue, apartment 5311. I am the president of Icon Brickell Tower 2, which supports 1,200 residents in the Brickell area. The public hearings about the declassification of the historical Presbyterian Church did not provide adequate notice or opportunities for participation. When Icon Brickell attempted to intervene in December, this request was immediately rejected. This raised important questions about the validity of the process. According to the city code, properties nearby should have been allowed to participate, but it did not occur. And as a part of the Icon board, it is our fiduciary duty to request and help us, you commissioners, in PZ1. This unfair decision undermines the integrity of our city's preservation efforts and raises concern about fairness. What we request here is fairness to be heard as a community. Ensuring due process is an ethical obligation and protects the community. Many residents care deeply about this issue and seek a fair and thoughtful process. As residents in the Brickell area, we are not opposing the construction of this building. However, the denial or the approval of the declassification is what we are concerned about, because that is one of the few buildings that we have in the Brickell area that preserves the historical nature of our surroundings. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Samin Hussain. I'm here in the matter of PZ1 and in support of the Icon Brickell residents and the Brickell community. It is an honor to be here. It's my first time here, and I was pleasantly surprised to see that the session started with a beautiful prayer by the pastor. And on that same note, I would like to remind the city of Miami that faith and integrity are not to be sold for profit, and our families matter, and the church, the park, they provide a safe and spiritual sanctuary for the families, for our children. And due process should always be abided by. The residents, the community have a voice. We live there, and the church, the park, provides a beautiful place for us to walk with our children, for us to go and pray. And we really care about this issue, and we are seeking a fair, thoughtful, and a heartfelt decision on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Boris Centeno. I live in Brickell. I'm a member of Miami First Presbyterian Church. I'm here to support the Historic Board's decision and ask you to please deny the appeal. The historic building is going to be preserved. We care a lot about it, and we want to preserve it. And we want to preserve it for many generations to come. And the parking lot is not a historic, it doesn't have any historic value. And the Historic Board has made that decision unanimously. There is no controversy about it. And I would also like to tell you about my experience in First Miami. I moved to Brickell recently, and I found open arms in that community. I am part of the Bible study in Spanish. My family and I attend, and we grow in the word of the Bible. We have recently have to move our group to another room because we don't have the space to house so many members that we have now. And it is incredible to see how the church is thriving and how members are coming together and how we are trying to be better people and to make a positive impact in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Gordon Fales. My business address is 3644 Grand Avenue. I'm the chair of the Collaborative Development Corporation, a not-for-profit corporation that will speak this morning to 3710 Grove Landing Community Housing Development. We're very proud of the fact that we have brought a number of people together, particularly from the Village West, to put this together and are seeking final approval from this commission. I've been involved for about 20 years in through churches and through social service organizations in trying to improve the conditions, both living and working in West Coconut Grove, and I think we've got something that will really work here. We've dealt with health and education and jobs, and now we have come up with the fact that the thing that we're still most in need of is public housing, low-cost housing for the neighborhood and for those who have been here before, left, and we'd like to see them come back. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman King and Commissioners. For the record, my name is Rich Heisenbottle. I'm president of R.J. Heisenbottle Architects with offices at 2199 Ponce de Leon Boulevard in Coral Gables. And I am here to give you firsthand testimony and to request your extension of the Omni CRA. I have had the opportunity to work with the Omni CRA over the past 10 years, and I can tell you that without any doubt, all of their good work could not have been accomplished without all the good things that they do. We would not have had the restored Miami Women's Club. We would not have had the Citizens Bank that looks so wonderful in the middle of 14th Street. That and the master planning work that they worked on with us and through us needs to be continued. I urge you to approve it and move it forward again today. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is John Pizzo, and I'm a resident at 495 Brickell Avenue, adjacent to the First Miami Presbyterian Church. And I'm here today also on behalf of dozens of others that couldn't be here for this session today, but all have the same voice. I'm speaking about PZ1, and we're here to fight for the right to be heard. And while discussing the right to a fair hearing, I wanted to share the impact of another high-rise, specifically in this area. We're facing the prospect of hundreds of new vehicles, a surge in residents in an already very crowded area, and years of construction noise and disruption. The Brickell neighborhood simply cannot handle this burden on its roads, infrastructure, or residents' quality of life. And just as important, it will destroy a vital park that provides the only green space for a community, maintained by the very residents who have been denied a voice. We're not just expressing our concerns, we're screaming loudly, waving red flags. Commissioners, please allow for a balanced debate. Thank you, and consider granting us intervener status.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Sandra Figueredo, and I'm here to speak against PZ1. I'm a supporter of First Miami Presbyterian Church and to support the historic board's decision asking the commission to deny the appeal. My concern is that the Historical Society has already designated correctly to remove the parking lot and the Christian education building that was built in 50s and 60s as not historical. I'm also concerned that the green space that everyone's talking about is a parking lot with no greenery whatsoever. The park is not the church's, it is the city of Miami's. So their argument about the park is with the city of Miami, not with the church. It will not be hindered or harmed or touched by this development. If you look at their website, it is filled with misleading misconceptions of what the situation is. The neighborly thing to do is to go to the church, speak directly to the pastor, who can speak to them how the process was done, how the planning is going, how it would or should or isn't perhaps going to affect the neighborhood in a poorly way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Jeff McLean. I serve and have ministry with churches from Fort Pierce to Key West, including First Miami, and I'm here to speak against the PZ1. Working in those churches, 42 of our churches, I go to churches that have both historical quality and old quality. And I am extremely thankful that the Miami board understands the difference between historical and old. And in this moment, what we have seen is that the historical board has seen that the historical part, it needs to be preserved, and we have no questions about that. It is a beautiful, wondrous space within that area. But those other spaces need to be re-upped and renewed so that they serve not only the purpose of the church, but also the greater good of the community. That is one of the hallmarks of First Miami. They have worked to become a church for the community, in the community, and with the community. And while the development may at times feel strenuous, it is also going to be a blessing because it's going to secure the future of this church for a long time. And that future is not just for the people of that church, but for the impact it has, as others have said, thousands of events in care, concern, and in partnership with the community. And so do hope that you'll consider and uphold that decision that was made about what's the difference between historical and old. So thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, dear Commissioner, dear attendees. My name is Ezekiel Vaza. I reside in 495 Brickell Ave. This morning I urge you to favor the environmental merits and neighborhood fabric of this area. If you open up the map and search for any open green space, like a natural area in Brickell, north of the Rickenbacker Bridge, you would find pretty much nothing beside those two landmarks, which is the Miami Circle and the Mary Brickell Park adjacent to the church. I think it's a very significant drawing point for all locals in Brickell, also for people who reside in downtown. It's a must-stop for tourists. It's a drawing point for retirees and athletes and young professionals and children playing and families. I do understand the need for development and housing needs in Brickell, but not for all costs, I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Let me say good morning to everybody here. I'm Thelma Gibson at 3661 Franklin Avenue in Little Bahamas. You know, every time I come up here, I want to be thanking everybody and saying good morning to the audience. And as I walked in and saw these young people here this morning, I said something exciting is going to happen today. And so it's good to see all of you, and I hope all of you get your items passed. I'm looking forward to that. I'd like to take a moment, though, to pay respect to Commissioner Reyes, who is, I read in the paper yesterday where he's back at the hospital. And I'd like to thank all of our chairperson and all our commissioners. I saw Commissioner Carollo here earlier, but I'm really here for one reason. And I wanted to be sure that you understand that this project that's going up at 3710 Grand Avenue that takes in a part of Washington Avenue and all over the Thomas Avenue, that we're asking for an upzoning from 3 to 4. And we're planning to house some 70 people in this building, in units, I mean, and some are going to be able to purchase their homes if they want to. Others could rent, and others will get affordable housing. So it's a great project that's going to go up there. And I think all of you will be very proud to see that Little Bahamas is doing something great at the CDC. You just heard Mr. Friels, the chairman of the board, and all the people who work for them. And of course, our commissioner who knows all about this project. We all want to see it happen. And so I'm asking for your vote this morning in favor of upzoning. And that's all I want. And that's why I came here. Now, you probably won't see me anymore coming up here. But I enjoy coming up just to say thank you to the staff who works so hard, the manager and the legal staff, as well as our commissioners. And have you know that we, the community, really appreciate you. Thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Gibson.
Ms. Gibson, I just wanted to acknowledge your leadership and your great work for so many years. I was very happy the day that I was campaigning and I knocked on your door. And I'm like, oh my God, is this Ms. Gibson? Like, you're an institution. You have helped so much, and thank you for coming here and speaking in favor of that item. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Seeing you. Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Kim Robles. I am a pastor at Miami Shores Presbyterian Church, and I serve on the Administrative Commission of First Miami, and I'm speaking to item PZ1. I'm a supporter of First Miami Presbyterian Church, here in support of the Historic Board's decision and asking the commission to deny the appeal. I love First Miami Presbyterian Church because of how it gathers people of all walks of life to the Brickell area. I've seen the church blossom with vibrancy in these last few years, and as the community continues to grow, I'd like to see it to be able to serve the wider community. Allowing this historic board-approved adjustment to continue would allow the church to do just that, to continue to serve the community to the best of its ability. And the areas that we're talking about are a parking lot and an educational building, and they do not have historical significance. The church can continue to lift up and celebrate its history in the neighborhood, restore that historic building, the beautiful chapel and sanctuary, and then serve the community to its fullest capacity. And this is something that the wider church community desires to see happen. I witnessed it myself in a congregational meeting and a vote years ago. So I hope you commissioners will understand the church's desire to serve the community and to celebrate its history. So please help the church to do both well by denying the appeal. So I hope you would uphold that historic board's decision and deny the appeal. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Marlene Barton, 3640 Grand Avenue, 35 years working in West Coconut Grove, or Village West, or Little Bahamas. First, I would like to offer our sincere prayers for Commissioner Reyes' speedy recovery. I'm here today again in support of 3710 Grand Landing, which is Grand and Douglas Road. The Thelma Gibson Health Initiative has worked in every area and every aspect of community development, helping our residents to have a better life. Today, we're asking you, once again, to support the upzoning from T3 to T4. I hope I got it right. But we're just asking for more units to ease the desperate plight of our residents who are leaving the Grove in numbers. So we ask your support today. I ask your support in approving the upzoning that has been requested. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Daniel Peña, 200 East Flagler. Chair, Commissioners. I'm here as a business owner to support RE11, the Downtown COP. I'm just going to give you 10 reasons why, as a business owner, I support it. The reason number one is, on our last event in Flagler Street, we brought enough people to fill the Castilla Center 5 times. Reason number two is, every weekend we have events on Flagler Street. The amount of visitors is larger than the amount of people that cast votes for commissioner elections. Number three, we receive more people for the Holiday Village and the ice rink than Ultra Festival every day. 66,000 of those visitors are new people that never gone to Flagler before, or at least for activities in the area. The daily average attendance to our events, to Formula One, is the equivalent of a weekend of attendance to the Holiday Village. Events in Flagler Street, when we do them for the weekend, or for the Holiday Village, I'm sorry, it will fill 3 countries: Monaco, Liechtenstein, and Vatican City. There's 300 new businesses that have open pop-ups during these events, small business that have come to Miami, downtown, that otherwise couldn't open there. They have gone there. The amount of retail vendors that have come during these events to downtown Miami could fill the Dayland Mall or the Bal Harbour Mall 3 times. More people have visited the ice rink than the Palm Museum on a day.
Thank you.
Lastly, it doesn't cost a penny to the city. So,
Thank you.
thank you.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I was let in by someone saying that a parking lot isn't significant. Well, I'm here today because I am significant. And I was also heard that a school isn't significant. And I'm here today because I have a daughter, and my daughter is significant. And my home is significant. My name is Delina Scarpone, and I live at 495 Brickell Avenue. And I'm here because people matter, our community matters, and we believe in you, and we believe that you care, and we believe that you will help us, and we believe that we can trust you. And I'm here. I would not typically do something like this, but I'm here because I care, and I believe that we all go to bed at night, and you all know the decisions you go to sleep with when you put your head in the pillow, and we all know in your heart of hearts what's right and what's wrong. And I believe in you, and I need everyone to pull together as a community. This is our family, this is our home, and our home counts, and it is significant. And I know that the church is a lovely, lovely historical property, and I care about the historical property of the church, but I care more about our home. Brickell is our home. We live there. We care. We walk our dogs. We raise our children. We raise our families. We raise our children to become something, to become someone. And we are significant. And the church is fine, but we are significant. And I count on you. And I need to count on everyone in this room that we matter, and we are important, and we will be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Richard Ray, and I am a resident of Miami, 4357 Southwest 5th Street. I serve at First Miami in the music department, and I've been a longtime member there. And I love the historic part of our building. It is where we worship, it's where we gather, and we have so much great times there. In addition to that, we have great ministries. The ministry that gives my daughter free music classes, art classes, we have craft, we have all kinds of events. And all that this is going to do is going to allow us to preserve our building, but also grow the ministries that are making a difference in our community. And I ask you to deny the PZ1 amendment.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Reynold Martin. I'm the president of Grove Rights and Community Equity, known as GRACE. I'm here to support RE2. I think that fiasco we went through a couple of years ago regarding redistricting is something we need to avoid. I'm here to support RE9. I think the CRA is doing great work. We're advocates of affordable housing, And anytime you can speak towards creating more affordable housing, you ought to. I'm also a member of many organizations in the West Grove. I not only chair Grove Rights, I'm a vice president of Homeowners and Tenants Association. I'm a vice president of a new group called Grove Rights for Life. And I'm a member of so many other organizations, including St. James Baptist Church, where my pastor stood up and said, listen, that issue coming before the City of Miami Commission on Thursday, you all ought to be there to support it because we need affordable housing, if anything, in this community. And it would be remiss if I didn't come here and jump on the bandwagon to speak on behalf of the project known as 3710 Grove Landing. It's an answer to a prayer. It talks about affordable housing. It talks about bringing jobs and training that will assist our community in recreating itself, and more than just recreating itself, but making it better. So I do support it. I urge you to support it as well.
Thank you.
And my heart thoughts go out to the commissioner who's not here today.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Judge Joan A. Brown, and I'm a retired judge from Philadelphia who has moved to Brickell. I am a member of First Miami Presbyterian Church. I love the church. I find that we are all the members are from numerous countries, yet we are all one family, and we all love one another. So I'm speaking on behalf of item PZ1, and I want you to know that Reverend Christopher Bennett has done an outstanding job with reaching out to the community and bringing in new members to our church. I know the church has no desire to demolish the church. All we want is to preserve the history of the church. As I will now ask you to please uphold the Historic Board decision and deny this appeal. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Alejandro Martinez. I'm with the Brickell Homeowners Association, and I'm going to speak about PZ1. I have a statement from our president, Ernesto Cuesta, and I want to read it for you. On behalf of the Brickell Homeowners Association, BHA, I'm writing to express our strong support for the appeal filed by Icon Brickell Condominium Number 2 Association, Icon 2, regarding the decision made by the Historic Environmental Preservation Board with respect to the First Presbyterian Church property. The Brickell community has long championed a balanced approach to development, one that respects historical integrity while accommodating thoughtful progress. We support historic preservation on the entire church. Thank you for your attention to this critical matter. Thank you for your...
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Deborah Sadrawala. I am in here of support for First Presbyterian Church of Miami. I'm here to seek your denial of the appeal to PZ1. You have heard how the church has helped individuals in the community on many, many levels. We've just scratched the surface. Church has been there for a long time serving the community, and we continue to stay there doing the same. We are happy with the judgment of the Historical Board, and it is our intention to continue to preserve that which they have indicated us doing so. We take our service to the community, as you do, very, very seriously. We ask that you kindly reject this appeal to PZ1 so that we may be able to go back to serving the community and serving the individuals rather than continue with the processes that we thought we had already completed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I am Lena Kerr, and I am a Coconut Grove resident. My daughter attends iPrep Academy downtown because our family sees the value in the highest quality of public education. iPrep is the only pre-K to 12th grade school in all of Miami and one of the best ranked schools in the entire country. Our graduates are sought after by all the best universities, especially the Gators and others in the state. Go Gators. As such, my family and I urge you to vote yes on item RE9, number 16168, to approve the Second Amendment of the Omni CRA, which does such great work, and give more of your constituents the opportunity to be a part of its expansion. We urge the commissioners to work together and to not delay or derail the Omni CRA extension and its projects that would benefit our students, teachers, and many other residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Chairwoman King, commissioners, and we are praying for Commissioner Reyes. Good morning. My name is Alan Barson, and first of all, I have to say that the views that I'm going to express here are mine and mine alone, and not of my employer or not of my employer. So I'm here in my capacity as a resident of Icon Brickell Tower 2 at 495 Brickell Avenue, Unit 1007. I happen to be a lawyer, and one thing that they taught us pretty much on the first day of law school, and Mr. Weisling, you probably remember this as well, that they teach you that if the facts are against you, you argue the law. And if the law is against you, you argue the facts. But if the law and the facts are against you, you pound the table and you yell like hell. Okay? Remember that? Of course you do. So this is precisely what the counsel for the applicant, Iris Escara, is doing by throwing a red herring into the whole procedure by challenging the standing of Icon Brickell 2 to actually bring the appeal. And I was the one that spoke for Tower 2 at the December Historic Environmental Preservation hearing. And there was plenty put on the record that I was appropriately there representing the organization, not as a lobbyist, but as a member of the organization. And that was accepted, completely accepted by the Historic Board. Okay? And the city attorney also did not challenge that, that I was there officially.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank you.
So I'm just saying that there is no argument that was raised then, and it's certainly not appropriate to raise the issue now on appeal.
Thank you.
That horse is bolted. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners. I am Paula Rangel. I have been living in Brickell for 10 years. And as an Icon resident, I want to raise a significant concern. The First Presbyterian Church, a recognized historic site, risks losing its designation for Irish history luxury high-rise. Allowing this development without giving all sides a fair opportunity to be heard sends a message that no historic site in Miami is secure for private interest. This could harm public trust in your decision and the preservation process. If we truly value our cultural heritage, please ensure that residents have a chance to voice their opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My thoughts and prayers are with Commissioner Manolo Reyes, and good morning, Christine King and Miguel and Damian. Commissioners, appreciate your time. My name is Aaron Brill. I'm the Vice President of Icon Brickell Condominium No. 2 Association and also a resident of Miami. The reason why I'm here today is I'm here to support the appeal of RZ1, and our community right now has been threatened, and threatened to the point where we've had a change.org petition which had about 1,500 signatures on it taken down because of supposedly what was told as misinformation about the church. However, they're saying that the church is not being demolished, but that there's a part in the back of this. Well, if it's the part of the church, it's a part of the church, and that's a stating as a fact. So the fact that the church, the school area is considered to be demolished, that's a part of the church, and that entire area is part of our community. It's an area that has been loved by residents and Miami residents and the community as a whole. And what we're asking you is, we understand we're totally for pro-development. We understand that. But it has to be done in a responsible way, and we are asking for a voice. Secondly, I would like to point out, at the first hearing that we had with the HEPB board, the board specifically stated that they were not pleased with the designs and renderings of that building. And they said that they conditionally approved it only to make sure that on the second hearing that they wanted to see new renderings. Well, guess what? At that hearing, there was never any renderings presented. So first of all, they didn't even follow their own, agenda of what they wanted. And the community, just a perfect example of how the community never had a voice. And all we're asking for here is your time and your voice. And we appreciate you guys as our commissioners to support and advocate for us as the community as a whole of the Brickell community. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, everyone. My name is Todd Suzansky. I'm the president of the Master Association of Icon Brickell. I'm also the vice president of the Tower One Association for Icon Brickell as well. So we represent about 4,000 residents who live in the Icon Brickell community. We're not asking for you to halt the construction of what's going on at the church. All we're asking for is a voice to be heard. We want to be heard as a community. We feel that we have a right to the appeal, and we would like to be heard, and we hope that you will grant that request. Thank you very much. Also, we, as Icon Brickell Master Association, I'm not sure if you're aware, but we are the ones who are maintaining the park that's next to the church, and we pay for all of the work that's done there. We do the landscaping. We pay for all that, even though it's a community park. The Icon Brickell community is the one paying for those. So we feel that we do have some rights, and we should be heard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Listen, I had to use this in Tallahassee this week. I guess for the record, I'm Monty Trainer, 3556 Fair Isle Street. And I'm here to support 3710, our landing project. And let me say, I just finished my 30th year of cooking a paella in the city of Tallahassee for the entire Florida legislature. And this year we were very honored to be supported by the Speaker of the House, who used to live in the Grove but now lives in Kendall, but invited me up to his office to speak about Coconut Grove. There is so much excitement going on now about Coconut Grove. And our commissioner, he was up there with his leg. He all over the legislature, Senate office building. And so we spent 2 days just hobbling around. But anyway, ever since the project started with the laundry and they sold and they got, now there's so much energy created to be developing in the Grove with our little Bahamas. And everybody's excited, and I'm excited because I've been waiting for a long time, working with Miss Gibson and everything to develop in West Grove. I've always felt that West Grove and the middle of the Grove, that wasn't you, Todd, was it? You did the beeper? No beepers. We've got an agreement.
You know I have a policy that you
You're
and
exempt.
Ms. Thelma can speak, and once anyone gets to your status,
I'm
I
on a beeper now?
No, I do not hold you to
Don't
the
go
2
back
minutes.
on your word now.
I'm not going to go back on my word. You don't have to worry. I won't go back on my word.
I've only got another couple of thousand words.
You go right ahead. You go right. You've earned it. You go right ahead.
Anyway, I appreciate the fact it's civics and work, but to walk those halls of Tallahassee and have excitement about Coconut Grove. Everybody asking me, what's going on in Coconut Grove? How's it going? What's it doing? And I think we have a great opportunity with our project at the 72 units and some commercial. And it's really going to be great for all of Dade County, but especially Coconut Grove. And I see the excitement now. All the everything's picking up, and people are coming down. We've got already people moving in from the middle of the Grove are now moving into West Grove because of the high rises going up, and now we need the space. So I appreciate all your efforts and listening and is that you again?
It's automatic. That wasn't me. It was Todd.
Todd?
It was Todd.
Anyway, Miguel, it's always nice. You're so interested in what we do in the West Grove and all over the Grove. It's great. Christine, you've done well. And Mr. Pardo, I've got my thing. He had his crutches, so we're in unison. But thanks for all you do for us, and look out for us in West Grove, because we're going to do a lot of nice things. I retired from the Coconut Grove Arts Festival just so that I could come and go to work in West Grove, because that's my legacy. There was an article printed on me about 20 years ago on what I envisioned for Coconut Grove, and the uniting of the West Grove was one of those things. And so after all these years, I'm getting with Miss Gibson, and I'm helping out in West Grove. So thank you. I enjoy being here. Nice to see you. And our city commissioner, our city manager has always been very helpful for us too. He started out our meetings about Coconut Grove. So thank you all. And Todd, thanks.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairwoman James Torres. Want to bring up RE10. I think this needs to go back to the drawing board. We're not in favor of this particular item at this point because it's not aligning with what really needs to happen here. And let me share a little bit of context on that. If you're going to put this on the ballot for the election, you're going to have Commissioner Joe Carollo, possibly yourself and the mayor, having an extension of an additional year. So I think the verbiage and everything else needs to be relooked at this, because Commissioner Gavela, you came here to be an agent of change. Commissioner Pardo as well. And I think the verbiage is incorrect as to what's being said here, unless you're going to tell me I'm completely wrong, which I don't think I am. So I think this needs to be deferred, and the verbiage needs to be relooked at once again. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Brenda Betancourt, 1436 West 6th Street. I love the RE12. I've been doing events in Little Havana actually this is my 10th year celebrating in Central America Independence Day. So everything that we enhance our culture is amazing. So I'm in support of that, in support of saving the church. Parking lot are not for somebody who's being in a church and support the church all the time. The most important thing is to have our people believe on God. It doesn't matter what religions you are. It's something I have learned in the young age. It doesn't matter if you're a Catholic, a Presbyterian, and whichever religion that you want to believe on, as long as God is up front, it doesn't matter the rest. I just want to touch a little something. I don't know which one items are off or not, because I'm sorry I was late. But we would talk about yesterday in the legislation, we heard that there are changes coming for condominiums. I just left the conference with the governor with the changes coming for the condominium association. What is the city of Miami, especially the two commissioners who has more condo units, is going to do about respecting the owners of the condominiums and helping them to get those people out of the boards. They are stealing, that they are not being truthful to the owners. What is the city of Miami is going to do? And this is something that we need to work on it, especially with the short-term rental. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to be heard? Public comment.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. I'm in support of PS1, of the appeal for the whole Brickell community. I believe after listening to everybody today here that we all agree on one thing. Everybody loves the church. We all want the church to stay. The problem here is that some people are considering that the parking and the school are not important, and I believe that they do, and they do it better for the community than having another high-rise. We don't need another high-rise in Brickell. We are full of high-rises. What we need is that open space, because I've been living for a while there, and people enjoy that open space. It's an important open space. It's not just, it doesn't matter that it's not green, but it's an open space, and it's what Brickell needs, because we enjoy to have open classes there, yoga classes. There are food trucks that during weekends it's beautiful to be there because there's free music, and you can see families enjoying that open space. It doesn't matter if it's green or not green. Brickell needs more open spaces where people can gather and enjoy as community and as family. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Chair, if I can have the speaker's name.
Ma'am? Ma'am?
Do I write down?
Can you just say it?
Sorry, my name is Laura Zicarelli. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else here that would like to be heard? Seeing none, the public comment portion of our meeting is now closed. Thank you for your advocacy. At this time, I'm going to ask my colleagues if I might have a motion to approve AM 1, 2, and 3. Those are the meeting minutes from the January 23rd, 2025 meeting, February 13th, 2025 meeting, and February 27th, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. Gentlemen, is there anything from the consent agenda that you would like to pull for discussion? That would be CA 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5.
Not me.
Sure. Mr. City Clerk?
And Chair, for the record, CA4 needs to be amended. The resolution should read 174,900 instead of 174,800.
Okay. Okay. Commissioner Pardo?
Nope.
All right. Seeing none, may I have a motion for
Second.
for CA 1, 2, 3, 4 as amended, and 5. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Gentlemen, for your information, we cannot take up, no, that's another one. Anyone would like to pull the public hearing items PH 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, or 8 for discussion?
1, 3, 7, or 8?
4, 5, 7, and 8.
4, 5.
Yes, 1, 3, 4, 5, 7, or 8 for discussion. Todd?
And Chair, just for the record, PH5 needs to be amended pursuant to a substitution memo dated April 3rd, 2025.
Got it.
I'm ready for a motion if nobody has a...
Is that a motion you like, Chair?
Yes.
I'll make
Yes,
a motion.
So I have a motion and a second to approve PH 1, 2, 4, Wait, did I say that wrong? I'm
Choose
sorry.
which one.
PH 1, 3, 4, 5 as amended, 7 and 8. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Hang on, whoa. As amended, PH 5 amended where? And by the way, this is I just want to say that I'm very honored and proud that you guys are helping me achieve this. That this has been a long time in the making. For the first time, the Alapata CRA will be established, and you will also get the Omni CRA.
Congratulations.
So I'm very proud of the work that we've done. What about that amendment, Todd?
So I can answer that. The amendment came from your office, actually, where it was recommended that some clarifying language was added. So we added Section 5, which basically says the City Commission hereby makes a legislative finding pursuant to Section 163(355), and it just clarifies. The notion was that we wanted to track the exact language in the Florida statute, so this makes it even more clear. So that's what the amendment was.
All right, thank you.
If there's a motion, there's a second discussion, Chair.
Which item?
On 7.
PH 7.
What, I believe that's what it is. That's the Alapata CRA, or is it?
No, that's 5.
Alapata's,
I
that's
apologize.
PH 5.
It's 5. What I like to get from the administration is, one, because I don't want to vote for something here that just to feel good, and it can't be done later. I have put a path before where it could have been done and quick, immediately, without anybody else's vote in the county or anywhere else, only the city. What I need to know from the administration is, one, Mr. Manager, how much is this going to take away from the general fund each year? Do you have those numbers? Because we can't be voting for hundreds of millions of dollars into the future.
But you can vote for it, you can vote no, and the rest of it can take the vote, and I say call the question.
Commissioner.
Commissioner. But I need to get something in the record. Okay? This is why we're here for.
No. We're here because you want to disrupt this, because before you were for it and now you're against it, because you and I have a problem, because I took the Bayfront Trust and you're going to make everything here impossible to get done, because that's what you're worried about. Okay? That's why we're here.
Please.
That's why we're here.
Please let's be courteous to each other
All
and
right.
hear each other out, please.
He can vote no, and that's it. We're done.
But we have to.
Let's call the question.
This is Venezuela, right?
Okay.
No, you're Venezuela, that you don't want to leave like Maduro, just like you did with Bayfront Park. You're Venezuela. You stand for Venezuela. I don't. We took a vote here. I became chairman of Bayfront Trust, and you're not happy with it.
Sirs.
Chairwoman.
Please.
If
Please
he doesn't
allow
want to be in
each other.
control,
Please allow each other to speak. We don't have to devolve into
You're right.
arguments. Let's allow each other to have their say, and you will be able to have your say as well. You were saying, Commissioner?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I am asking the administration, first of all, beginning with the first year that this would become a CRA to the last year, how much money is going to be taken from the city's general fund? 1. 2, where's the replacement money going to come for the dollars that we're going to need for other city services like police, like fire, like solid waste, and many others? This is why we have an uproar in Washington right now with Dodge. This is why this country is at the brink in the next few years of destruction. We have close to $37 trillion of debt that our federal government has been spending every year, overspending several $1 trillion that we don't have. But they got a printing press, and then we sell all that debt to wonderful countries like Communist China so they could have our debt. And for the first time, we're spending more money in paying the interest on that huge debt than we're paying in the national security defense for all of us in America. And that trickles down to all the local governments. Thank God that here in local governments, we don't have a printing press, but we have an obligation not to be throwing money at the door, and particularly when this community is being killed with the high property taxes. The property appraiser every year increases our taxes that we have to pay. It's wonderful. They say that our homes are worth so much more. But it's great if you want to sell your home. But for the bulk of us that want to live in our homes, especially if you're retired, it's becoming unaffordable to pay those taxes. Therefore, government has an obligation to lower taxes, which we don't. Government is like a big sinkhole. The more money you throw into it, the more it wants to eat up. And this is an example of not doing things in a responsible way. And this is why I'm asking questions that some don't want me to ask, they didn't want the public to hear. I don't care if they have the votes here, but this is information that needs to come out so that we know what we're going to be facing if this ever becomes a reality. The county does not care what we do with our money. They're going to say, okay, we'll go ahead with it, but we're not putting our money into it like you normally do in a CRA.
Since you're worried, since you are worried about the government misspending,
Hello.
why don't we ask, sir, how much has he spent on legal bills that he's cost the city of Miami and the taxpayers?
Okay.
No, because
Listen,
when is he
I'm
going to
going
talk
to
to him?
recess the meeting if we
Where is he
cannot
gonna
allow
talk
each
to?
other to speak. I believe our CFO is here to answer a question. Please answer the question that was posed.
Through the chair, Larry Spring, Chief Financial Officer. So, just for clarification, the item in front of you is just the finding. It has nothing to do with the financial projections. I just need to put that on the record.
I understand that,
Okay.
but if this becomes a reality, finding, what's the real money this is going to be costing us, Larry?
So the gross cumulative city TIF based on a 95% CRA and some other assumptions would be $40,975,000 over 30 years.
You're saying 40 million?
That would be the TIF that would be generated over just the city side, not the county side, just the city side.
But is that every year?
No, that's the cumulative over the initial 30-year period.
So you're looking at just slightly over $2 million a year.
Average, yeah, somewhere around.
So this is not an expansion then, where there's going to be the area that I was shown that monies are going to be taken from that, like the other two CRAs.
Well, yeah, it would be. It's the geographic boundary that was directed by the city commission, and this is the city's gross portion at 95%. Keep in mind, and I put this on the record before, and I'm sure we will get this feedback also from the county. We were intending to do a 50% CRA at the end of the day. If I add the projection that we have for the county, the cumulative between the two would add up to $131 million at 95% for both sides. We were planning to go to the county and request that it be 50% of that number. So.
All right. You're going in the record, Larry, telling me that it's going to be slightly over $40 million for 30 years.
Yes, based on the projections we have and the assumptions we use. Yes, sir.
So if these are not the projections that I saw before, it was a lot more money than that. And this is why I was bringing this out in the open. But if you're telling me it's only that, it must be a very small area, because that huge area that I was seeing, how could it only bring in the property taxes that they paid to the city only,
we can share
slightly over $1 million a year?
we can share the detailed calculations with you. So, you know, our estimates of tax base increase over that time frame.
With those numbers, I would be willing to vote for this if we kept this at 1.5, no more than 1.5 million a year. Anything over that comes back to the general fund. Because at least with 1.5 in a budget our size, we could find the money for it. But not in the numbers that I was told before that was going to come from there.
Forget about it.
And this way,
let me do my thing.
This way, I'm assured that we're voting in a responsible manner into the future.
So
now, they're saying 40 million over 30 years. I'm saying if you cap it at 1.5, that would give you a lot more than he's saying on the 40 million, and we're protected into the future, into our general fund that we need to pay every other bill for the rest of the city.
To the chair.
And frankly, with those kind of dollars, why are we even doing this? We just could allocate it from each year's fiscal budget to put aside the $1 million+ to an Alapata. You could call it whatever you want, so it could be spent there. And I would support that.
I don't need your support. I don't want your support. I don't need your support.
Commissioner, stop it. Stop. Are you finished?
I just need to put something on the record.
Go
or
right
like
ahead.
an indulgence, if you will.
By the way, is my thing. I think at some time I'd like to ask him a couple
You
questions.
will be able
because
to.
he's been rambling and rambling and rambling.
Stop it. Stop.
Okay?
You will be able to. Everybody will have a chance. We can save our rebuttals, your comments, for when it's your turn. You want to put something on the record?
Put on the record. So, Commissioner, procedurally, the presentation of the redevelopment plan, which will be on we have it scheduled for the next agenda. We will have attached the financing plan to that document. What I'd ask the commission to do is indulge the staff and the consultants and give us the opportunity to sit and go through detail of the numbers. I understand your policy directive. We're not battling that, or we don't have any intention to oppose anything that the the city commission approves. Just allow us the opportunity to give you that information. The item today is really, it's just the statutory, the finding of necessity.
It's the finding of necessity. I don't think anyone will disagree with the fact that there is need in Alapata. I believe Commissioner Pardo wanted to say something. You want to go first?
Thank you.
I want to go first. Can I go first? 'Cause
Okay.
I got a lot to say here. It is my thing at the end of the day for my district, right? So I think I should be permitted to speak at the very least. Number one, I don't agree with that. If he needs to vote, let's take the vote, and he can vote no. And that's his position, and I respect that. End of story. So I'm not for that. He can forget about that. I'm not interested in the cap. Number two, if he does want to put a cap, then let's put a cap on the legal bills that we're spending here on his behalf, okay, that is over now $10 million in taxpayers. Since he's so concerned about the taxpayer, okay, and we have a fiduciary duty, why, son, how much has the gentleman spent here? He's asking the facts now. I want the facts. How much is he costing the city of Miami up to now?
Joe, unfortunately, I don't have those numbers with me.
I don't know how
at
long
this
I've been
moment.
asking this question. Why, son? I've been asking this question forever. You guys don't have the number. You don't want to say the number. What's the deal here?
But so we could provide you with the total number of attorney's fees spent. But remember, many of these cases are not against the commissioner. They're against the city of Miami.
Right.
And there were city of Miami actors that were involved. So, I could get you a grand total
But the city of Miami actors,
but
the city of Miami actors that were involved because this gentleman took action against a gentleman that he calls the A Street Boys, okay, not the other gentleman, and as a consequence, the city of Miami fell into that. I don't know how long I've been asking this question. Apparently, all the math is here to mess up Alapata, but when I ask you guys a question, how much money, and I've asked this 10 times, 20 times, how much money has Del Carollo, that now he wants to run for mayor, is costing the city of Miami, since he's so concerned about what we're spending, and he's so concerned about Washington, which I am too. By the way, I am a fellow Republican, okay? Let me put that on the record, okay? And I am to the right, and I am also for saving the taxpayer money. But since we're on the subject that you want to talk about, let's talk about that. Why so? I don't know how many times till I'm blue in the face asking you guys, okay, in email, in verbal conversations, and that answer's never been given. I get the feeling, okay, that there's something going on here that you guys don't want to say how much it's costing because it's a lot. Now, Larry, you said that my CRA, the Yalapata CRA, is going to cost, what is it, $40 million over 20 years? Let me ask you a question. How, in just a span of 7 years or 8 years that he's been here, he's cost the city more than $10 million, folks. $10 million. Because what he wants to do now, why he wants to talk about that, he wants to torpedo my CRA because he was for it up until, I don't know, months ago. But then all of a sudden, when I became chairman of the Bayfront Trust, then he put his guns towards me. And that's what this really is about. He's trying to stop this, okay? Maybe, Commissioner, instead of attacking us like you always do here, take care of your neighborhood, let me tell you, because I walked your neighborhood in 2023, and your neighborhood leaves much to be desired. There's trash, there's not being picked up, there's curb, there's crime, a lot of stuff. You dedicate your time when you come here to attacking us on Spanish radio. You've attacked my chief of staff. You called him a communist. I think you owe him an apology. Okay? But just because you're a Democrat doesn't mean you're a communist. That's number one. That's number one.
Commissioner,
no, you let him, yeah. I'm not done. No, I'm not done. When you talk, you go on for 20 minutes and 30 minutes. So now it's my turn. You're going to respect me and you're going to let me talk. Okay? I'm not finished here. No. I shut up when she told me to shut up, so you're going to shut up.
Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, shut up then, and let me talk.
Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, shut up.
Soprano.
Stop.
Maduro, what do you want, Maduro? What do you want, Maduro? City attorney.
Yes, sir.
Wyson. City manager. Okay, I want the figure of how much he's cost the city of Miami and taxpayer. I want it on my desk. Okay, no more games here. Okay, no more games because I've been at this for months and months and months, and we never get that answer. But I can tell it would be fair to say he's costing in the millions of dollars in the span 4, 5, or 6 years since this lawsuit came up with the 8th Street Boys. Okay, with the 8th Street Boys. And let me tell you something else I learned. You talking about the 8th Street Boys and how they did stuff illegal and permitting. I just learned that those people aren't being paid because they were pushed to finish the roof in your famous fountain over there, okay? And you talk hypocritically here about the 8th Street Boys and how they did this and that and didn't take out any permits. And these people aren't being paid now that we owe them the money to the tune of $400,000 because you, Commissioner Carollo, or somebody, pushed them to finish this thing without a permitting system, something that you say that everybody, shouldn't do because, we're the city of Miami, but apparently you push for that so your fountain can be ready by a certain time, and now the gentleman isn't being paid for it. I'd like for that to be put on the record and looked for. And if the gentleman did the work, and just because they asked him to do the roofing before the permitting was done, because somebody had a need to show that fountain, that the gentleman be paid. And I expect, please, the answer to the question that I've been asking for almost a year now. How much has Joe Carollo's cost the city of Miami in legal fees, okay, because after all, since he's so interested in protecting and he's so interested now in saving the city of Miami money, we should look into that. And I got a couple of more things that I'm going to say to look into about things that he's, brought up, and I'm going to give him the answer. And by the way, if you want to talk about arrest, I'm not scared of you. We can talk about arrest today since you've been spewing on Spanish radio about this guy's arrested and the other guy's arrested and this that. I'm not scared of you. You can say, if you want to talk arrest, go ahead. Let's talk about arrest right now. Thank you.
Commissioner Pardo.
I wanted to talk a little bit about.
Commissioner Pardo asked to speak.
I wanted to talk a little bit about, for the benefit really of everyone, what's important about that CRA. Commissioner Gabella is starting a new CRA, which means that if you pay $100 in taxes and now you pay $110, those $10 goes to the CRA. Why is the CRA important? A CRA can focus on a geography in a way that the city can't, the county can't, the state can't. So that CRA can really help Alapata. They can build affordable housing. They can take care of infrastructure. What's important is not the total amount of that TIF over 40 years. What's important is the work that Commissioner Gabella has set forward, which no one has done before him in his area. And what's important is that at some point, he'd be able to get to the places of like Southeast Overtown CRA or Omni CRA, where last year we put 1,000 units of affordable housing. We have 1,000 in the pipeline. We're doing the kind of work that needs to be done desperately in our city that needs specific focus and action. You know, like I know, that the city and the CRAs work hand in hand. As an example, Omni CRA pays the interest for the Port Tunnel. That's a city expense that the Omni CRA pays. We work together. We're not taking money away from you. You're not taking money away from us. The police that you put on the street, the fire that you put on the street, we put programs that can enhance, those situations, right? So I think we're kind of missing the really importance of what is a tool in our tool belt as a CRA, which we're fortunate enough to have in Southeast Overtown, in Omni, and now in Alapara. And I commend you, Commissioner Gabella, for the hard work you've put in to get all of that done. My background is finance. I take very seriously being, responsible and judicious and not adding taxes. And in fact, Commissioner Gabella and I voted to lower taxes in January of 2024. So, right, we did. So I think we've been very consistent with being responsible and putting forward plans that really help our communities.
Thank you.
Chairwoman.
Let's.
No.
Wait. One. If we cannot have discussion about what is said on the radio, that does not have anything to do with what we're doing here. It is not what our residents came. This is not a circus. I'm going to limit your comments to 2 minutes on this item, not radio, not Bayfront Park. This is about the finding of necessity for the Alapata CRA only. 2 minutes, and then we're going to take a vote.
But Chairwoman, you let him go on into something that had nothing to do with that. Attorney's fees. I need to answer that.
Okay.
He's done that in the past. That's why. He's done it in the past.
Each one of you have delved into conversations that has nothing to do with this agenda. You have had your time. He is correct, and you've been allowed to speak 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and I'm giving everybody the opportunity to do the same. No one
I didn't speak for 30 minutes.
Not today. I didn't say today. I said you have. No one here is innocent of straying off topic. And it is my job as chair to keep us on topic. And we've just gone way beyond this item. We are talking about approving the finding of necessity. Please keep your comments to that item only. Commissioner?
Chairwoman,
yes.
I have to answer at least
we
10
call the
minutes
question.
that he went on accusing me
Stop that.
of $10 million that are not there.
2 minutes to respond to the $10 million.
Number one, the individuals that he is saying that $10 million are spent, they have sued this city in numerous lawsuits for the same thing over and over again. They have sued some of the top 10 executives in the city. They have sued me. And with the exception of the kangaroo court that they brought me to another county, in a jury in Broward County, that will be thrown out later this year in appeal, the last 12 times that they have brought me to court, they have lost in court, and they keep appealing. Now, what Mr. Gavella hasn't said is the relationship that he has with these people, the fundraising that they have done with him, how he meets with some of their employees constantly to conspire to see how he could vote to approve millions of dollars for them to settle these bogus cases that are being thrown out one after another from the courts. Having said that, since I've been back 7.5 years ago approximately, I have brought to the city just in recurring revenue, I'm not even going to count the time-to-time revenues, close to $4.5–5 million a year. You add that up, from the time that I've been here. And even if I would cost the city what he claims, which is not me, it's a suit for everybody that they've done, they should have 10 guys like me that are going to be making the city a lot of money with ideas that they bring for new revenue that he can come up with. But having said that, one last one. Since I was mayor of this city almost 24 years ago, during that time I came up with 2 ideas alone. One that I had to push through Tallahassee and got it passed, that up to this day, in recurring revenue, and it grows every year, have brought the city some $600 million since that time. You show me one elected official in this community that has accomplished that. There are none. So if you want to talk about attorney's fees, we'll talk about everything, including that.
Thank you.
Okay, I get my 2 minutes now, right?
2 minutes.
Okay. First of all, what he's saying, like usual, is a lie. I do not meet with any of the people that he's talking about. That's number one. He invents them out of the air, okay? I've seen him plenty of times invent things here that has no merit, nothing. With this gentleman, not so far along, he was on top of him for his campaign finances until one day, Commissioner Pardo got tired and said, hey, I'll trade you for your resignation, and here's where I got my money from. And he didn't take it. I didn't see him resign. You know what I'm saying? I didn't see him resign. You know, what I'm afraid of right now is the audacity that he has to do this kind of stuff and waste this kind of stuff, this kind of time that we should be working for you. I came here on a simple vote, and he goes into something else because he wants to throw a monkey wrench no matter what, because he's angry at me that they voted for me to become the Bayfront chair. This is all this is. Before this, he was getting along, no problem with me. I want you to understand. We cannot tolerate this. I have too much respect for you out there. I show up here at 9 o'clock in the morning. I have too much respect for my constituent, my taxpayer, okay, my kids, Caroline, Stacy, and my wife, Mary, okay, to do stuff that's not correct. And therefore, I feel bad when we're wasting your time on petty things like this. But the problem is, this gentleman always goes back to the petty thing. He can't control himself. He cannot control him. And at some point, you must answer. He's accused me of everything in the book. And I get tired of this because I wish, Madam Chair, that one day we would come here, you know, and not have this, okay? But he started. All he has to do is vote against it if he's not happy with it and say his piece, yes, and that's it. But what he's trying to do is he's trying to muddy the waters, okay? Muddy the waters after we spent about a year and something doing this when I got here, okay, to put a monkey wrench to stop this process. Alapata, I absorbed the consequences of the 7th Avenue corridor, the homeless situation. I absorbed that from all of the districts. I need money. I need money to fight that. I'm pro-police. Ask any policeman you talk about. Okay, when we gave them the salary increase, thank you. I'm gonna abide.
Thank you.
Can we call the vote?
Okay, now I'm going to do it one by one because if it's going to be a no vote, it's going to mess up everything. So may I have a motion for PH 1 and 3?
1 and 3.
Move.
Got a motion? Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. May I have a motion for PH 4, 7, and 8?
4,
4, 7, and 8, move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Now, may I have a motion for PH 5?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Nay for the reasons that I stated here.
As amended?
As amended.
By the way, as amended with what you spoke about, but not as amended with the cap that he was talking about. I am not for that. And let that be clear on the record.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any, the RE items, are there any items that you would like to pull for discussion at this time? And we cannot vote on RE3 until after the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA meeting. So that one has to be after the CRA meeting. Any of the RE items would you like to pull for discussion? RE10, I'd like to pull for discussion.
RE10, yes, I agree.
Anything else?
Can you bear with me for
Yes,
one more
take
second?
your time.
I'd appreciate it. Thank you. You're pulling RE3, you said, until
No,
later?
yes, RE3 has to wait until after the CRA meeting, and RE10 has been pulled for discussion by myself and Commissioner Gabella.
Okay. RE1 is the underlined one,
Correct.
and we could pull that, and if we could pull our, let's see, we could pull RE 14.
Okay. Anything else?
And we have, I believe, is RE2 here. We could pull RE2 also, please.
Okay.
And we're talking about RE1, RE2, and RE14 that we're pulling
And RE10.
from here.
Yes.
And RE10 is being pulled also. Okay?
Yes. Okay.
That's fine.
So may I have a motion for
Well-
RE5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, and 12?
Motion.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Those items pass. I'm going to come back. Let's see if we can.
Sorry, so 1, 2, and 3, 10, and 14 were
1, 2,
were
3,
safe for
10,
discussion,
and
right?
14.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. City Attorney, would you read into the record the title of SR1?
Madam Chair, Todd didn't raise his hand on RE1. There was I believe, a substitution on RE1.
But it's left for discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
It's left
apologize.
for discussion.
That's why he didn't raise his hand.
Okay. Mr. City Attorney, would you read the titles for SR1 and FR3? Those are the only two items that we have.
Yes, Madam Chair. SR1, second reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 2, Article 11, Division 2 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended, titled Administration, Boards, Committees, Commissions, Standards for Creation and Review of Boards Generally, to establish Section 2-896 to be titled Appointment of Members, to provide that the appointment of board members shall occur on a quarterly basis unless there is a time-sensitive appointment necessary, at which time an appointment will be placed on the next available City Commission agenda containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date. Then we have FR3, first reading ordinance, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 62, Article 13, Division 3, Section 62-535 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Planning and Zoning Approval for Temporary Uses and Occupancies, Permit Required, Temporary Structures in Conjunction with Permanent Outdoor Recreational Uses or Recreational Facilities, Temporary Uses on Vacant Land by modifying exemptions containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Do I have a motion for SR1?
But can I just ask a question real
Absolutely.
quick? This is not the appointment, because I have a board member that I want to appoint.
No, this isn't the appointment.
So motion or second?
So I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 SR1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion for FR3?
Motion.
I have a motion.
Second.
SR,
FR3.
FR3.
Yes, FR1 and FR2 have been deferred through April 24th.
Madam Chair, I'd like to take FR1 because there are certain pieces of that are going to require longer. I think we set it for the second meeting in April. Can we go ahead and indefinitely defer that for now until I have a better idea when to bring it back?
I would need a vote for that.
Correct.
If I have a motion,
But currently, we're on FR3.
we're on.
Oh,
let's wait
sorry.
for that. So FR3.
There was a motion by Commissioner Gabella, seconded by Commissioner Pardo for FR3 as is.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Okay, I believe there's a motion to defer FR1, the construction noise
Chair,
ordinance.
we'll just need to reconsider FR1 before we indefinitely defer it.
Okay, may I have a motion to reconsider FR1?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now, may I have a motion to indefinitely defer FR1?
Motion made.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
FR1 has been indefinitely deferred. Mr. City Clerk, do you have any board or committee appointments for this meeting?
Thank you, Chair. BC3, Bayfront Park Management Trust. Commissioner Gabella will be appointing Christopher Pinellas to the at-large seat currently held by Alex Cardenas.
May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
I'm sorry, which one?
Bayfront Park Management Trust, Christopher Pinellas. I have a motion and a second to appoint him.
To appoint who?
Christopher Pinellas,
For what position?
at-large seat, Bayfront Park Management
Who
Trust.
currently has that seat?
It's.
Alex Cardenas.
Okay.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
BC5, Code Enforcement Board. Vice Chair Croyle will be appointing Yvonne Bayona.
Do I have a motion?
Move.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 I have Commissioner King as the seconder.
Yes.
Understood.
Okay. Mr. City Clerk?
BC13, Virginia Key Advisory Board. The Village of Key Biscayne has nominated Luis Casamayor to their vacant seat and is seeking the Commission's confirmation.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
That concludes the boards and committees. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Gentlemen, I would like to defer DI1.
DI1.
Commissioners, as members of boards, I'd like to put a pause on that.
Second.
I have a motion
Second.
and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
I'd like to indefinitely defer that. Okay. And all right, we're at our PC items. Gentlemen, would you consider going to recess so we can have the Omni, Overtown, and Virginia Pete meetings? Okay, at this time, the commission meeting will recess until 2 hours after the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA meeting, the Omni CRA meeting, and the Virginia Key Beach Trust meeting. Thank you all for your advocacy. Thank you all for being here, and we will see you later this afternoon.
Chair, we're going to start with Southeast Overtown Park West, correct?
Perfect.
Give me
yes.
60 seconds to flip the tape.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA meeting for April 10th, 2025. Let me start this meeting. Welcome to the Overtown Southeast Park West CRA meeting. Mr. Executive Director.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. We are ready to begin the meeting, so Mr. Brown at the appropriate time will read into the record the items that will be presented.
Thank you. Please go ahead so that we can. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. The first item would be a motion to withdraw file number 16688. That item was previously indefinitely deferred. We want to withdraw that item. Need a motion to withdraw that.
Which one is that? RE1?
RE1. Well, item number 1.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. That's the one that says CRA resolution?
Yes.
Okay. May I have a motion to withdraw?
Yes, ma'am.
RE1.
Well, what are we doing? We're withdrawing?
Overtown meeting. We're withdrawing RE1.
Okay, motion.
I got a motion. I have a second.
Hold on. When you said RE1,
This
it's one.
the first item.
Yeah.
Grant to Miami Tobacco Manufacturer. We're withdrawing that item.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Wait. I have a different one here in one.
That might be Omni.
Are you in the Omni or the CRA?
Oh, no. I'm the CRA. I think it's the Omni that I'm in, or
Okay, we're in Southeast Overtown
hold
Park
on.
West.
which is this? No, I'm in the Southeast Overtown Park West, but there's an item 1 here for $300,000. Is that the one we're talking about? That we're withdrawing?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
We're withdrawing the number.
All right.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Item has been withdrawn. Go ahead.
Item 2 is a resolution with attachments rescinding CRA R-24-0023, approval of bond proposals RFI 23-03 in its entirety, and enacting a new resolution to clarify projects designated listed in Exhibit B. Item number 3 is a resolution with attachment rescinding CRA 23-003, an agreement for enhanced police services in its entirety, and enacting a new resolution to clarify the contract term provisions, authorize the executive director to negotiate and execute an amendment to the enhanced police services agreement, substantially in the same form as attached in Exhibit A, in an amount not to exceed $955,552.43. Item number 4 is a resolution with attachments by 4/5 vote, ratifying, approving, confirming the executive director's recommendation and finding attached and incorporated as Exhibit A, approving additional funding in the amount of $34,725 to support renovations and rehabilitation of the Dunn Josephine Hotel located at 1028 Northwest 3rd Avenue, Unit 104, Miami, Florida 33136, for a total project cost not to exceed $932,021.20. Item number 5 is a resolution with attachments rescinding CRA R-24-0067, Series 2024 bond in its entirety, enacting a new resolution providing for the issuance of tax increment revenue bonds in an amount not to exceed $175 million to be used for construction or rehabilitation of affordable housing, financing of construction and other capital improvements in the redevelopment area, refinancing certain outstanding obligations. Those are your 5 items, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And at this time, I'm sorry, would you like to?
I got a motion.
No, we have to
Oh,
hear from the
I'm
public
sorry.
first.
I apologize. I jumped the gun.
No, you're right. May I have a motion to set the agenda?
Motion.
I got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Agenda has been set. Good afternoon, everyone. The public comment period is now open. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairwoman King and CRA Board. My name is Marilyn Hollifield, and I am a senior partner at the law firm of Holland & Knight, and board chair, along with Hans Ottono, and co-founder of the Miami Museum of Contemporary Art of the African Diaspora, known as Miami MOCAD. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in favor of the bond resolution, which will allocate $25 million to repurpose the former Women's Detention Center into the home of the Miami Museum of Contemporary Art of the African Diaspora. It was wrong to build a jail across the street from Booker T. Washington High School. No other school in Miami-Dade County has a jail greeting students every day. Today, we can make history by taking steps to right that wrong. Instead of a symbol of low expectations and crime, Miami MOCAD will inspire. From ashes of despair, Miami MOCAD, a museum of the future, will bring hope, creativity, and innovation. Miami MOCAD will leverage technology to offer tech-infused student internships and provide art making and art learning experiences for students. Miami MOCAD will energize and support the surrounding community with employment opportunities centered around the repurposing of the abandoned jail, and will ultimately provide jobs needed for the day-to-day operations of the museum. This is a history-making opportunity to place Overtown at the center of art, culture, and technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is Pat Santangelo. I'm here to speak on behalf of her item. One thing is, when you have a project like what they're trying to do, the women's jail has been a sad experience for me my whole career as a state trooper. More important sometimes than the actual project is the people who are involved in the project. I know Marilyn Holyfield. I know Hans. I know the people who are on this board. These people are of the highest integrity. These are not people who go around the community like some of the poverty pimps that we see day in and day out in this building trying to get money from the city for frivolous projects. This is a real project, turning a place that we try to avoid, and our family tries to avoid at all costs, into a destination that the entire community can learn about their brothers and sisters and neighbors in the city of Miami and the community. And I hope that you will be in favor of this item.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Gene Tinney. I reside at 74 Northwest 51st Street in the magic city of Miami. And I'm here to speak in support of this item, underscoring the points that were already made. I don't think it all happened so fast that, some of us might still be just processing how much of a hub Miami has become as a result mainly of Art Basel as a catalyst, but there were things happening before that. And so as a destination, this is a place that is, we have just unprecedented opportunities to promote, celebrate art, as never before. I don't think the point could be underscored strongly enough of the proximity of the museum to Booker T. Washington. The fact that here is a place where students can do field trips, so to speak, be inspired by on a daily basis. And on that, we make a lot of, there's a lot of buzz about subjects like the STEM agenda and so forth. When budgets get crunched, the first thing to go is art, music, and so forth. These are the courses where students learn who they are. So the presence of art cannot be, overstated. And with that, just to underscore Mr. Santangelo's point, the personnel, the folks who are actually working on this, when we invest, we always have to look at the individuals we're investing in. And here, I think you have a very sound a vote of confidence to go forward with. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Hi there. I'm Howard Herring. I'm the president of the New World Symphony. I'm here to speak in favor of this project and the funding of this project. I want to bring my perspective as president of the New World Symphony. Cultural organizations lift neighborhoods, and I know this from my experience in developing the New World Center, the home of the New World Symphony, and the site of a significant number of community-based events. I believe in the power of artistic experiences for everyone involved, students, artists, and the public. The Knight Foundation has proven with statistics that culture stitches communities together through shared artistic experiences. But there is a second consideration. In 1979, at the bottom of the real estate market, property on Lincoln Road turned over for $12 a square foot. In 2015, at the top of that market, same property turned over for $7,700 per square foot. What changed? Culture came to Lincoln Road. Miami City Ballet, the New World Symphony, Books and Books, the Art Center of South Florida, and the Regal Cinema. Then, when 2 derelict parking lots were identified as a possible home for the New World Center, we made our move. You may be aware of wall cast offerings. I use this as an example. Projection of our concerts on a 7,000 square foot primary facade of our building. The wall cast audience is an indicator of what happens when culture changes a neighborhood. 80% of our audience comes to in groups of 5 or more. It is instant community. 75% have never purchased a ticket to the New World Symphony. It's a second audience. 40% include Lincoln Road, restaurant and retail in their wallcast experience. It's a new economic center of gravity. In the new home for Miami MoCAD, they will stitch the community together. It'll have significant economic impact. They will be doing well and doing good. It's a sweet combination. Miami MoCAD doing well and doing good. We will all be proud of this investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman and Commissioners. My name is Cynthia Johnson Stacks. I'm a local government law attorney, having practiced representing local governments, including CRAs, for over 37 years. So this is my first time on the other side of the podium, so it's my honor to be here to speak on behalf of this project that I feel so strongly about. And I appreciate the fact that you all are considering it and see it in the same light. As has been, I'm not going to repeat what was stated, but I would just say from a personal perspective, I remember riding by the Women's Detention Center with my father, who would point it out perhaps as a cautionary tale of what we shouldn't do. But this is an opportunity to flip that narrative, to make something, to bring the phoenix from the ashes, so to speak, to do something that would be good, that would elevate the culture, that would elevate the neighborhood, and that would continue to put the city of Miami on the path as a world-class city. I'm a taxpayer in the city, and I wholly endorse this use of taxpayer funds for something that is so important to our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Elvis Fuentes, and I'm a resident of the city of Miami, 461 Northwest 32nd Court. But I'm here speaking also as the director of the Coral Gables Museum, a building that was former police and fire station, but also, and many people don't know this, had a courtroom and a jail. So when I learned about this opportunity, this idea of having Miami MoCAD, such an important institution already, even though many of the projects happen online, I thought it was just poetic justice that we have been working together with Miami MoCAD, collaborating, connecting community between Coral Gables and Overtown. And I thought it was wonderful that we could also share this story of a jail turned into a place where people go to heal, to learn about their history, to find pride in the history of the community. And I think it's a wonderful opportunity. I hope I totally, as the former speaker said, I totally endorse my tax money going in this project, such an important project. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Bill Talbert, 1601 Nocatee Drive,
Miami, Florida 33133. I've either lived or worked in the great city of Miami for 55 years. In fact, in this neighborhood, I worked in model cities in the 70s before a lot of folks weren't even born. But this is a great project. We're more than a beach. You know, we've heard that. We're art and culture. We're neighborhoods. We're diversity. So I'm here supporting this for several reasons. I also want to say the Miami Museum of Contemporary Art of the African Diaspora. For the listening public, you hear acronyms? The Miami Museum of Contemporary Art of the African Diaspora. I'll say it for my entire 2 minutes. I'm here for several reasons, but one of the biggest reasons is Marilyn Hollifield. We've worked with her and followed her lead for many, many years. She called many times years ago, but she said, can you come and support projects in the future? And I said, yes. So when she called, I says, you know, what can I do? But Marilyn, thank you for your leadership. I'm here today because of you and this project, the Miami Museum of Contemporary Art of the African Diaspora. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Dwayne Robinson, 2525 Ponce de Leon. I come to you on behalf of the historic and largest organization of black lawyers in Miami-Dade County. That is the Wilkie D. Ferguson Jr. Bar Association. Our board has voted overwhelmingly to support Miami MOCAD. This will be a tremendous jewel and gem for not only Miami, but for Overtown. I won't repeat a lot of the comments said here today, but I want you to keep something in mind. Miami is really the center of the dispersed African people. Think about Haiti, Jamaica, the larger Caribbean, Brazil, the Americas. Miami is at the center, and we have a chance to make a mark here. And so we thank you all for your support. We thank you for your time, and please support this great effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Junie Francois, 1560 Meridian Avenue, Miami Beach, Florida. I am an entertainment and technology attorney, but today I come as a proud graduate of Miami Carroll City High School. Why this museum is important to me as a graduate of Carroll City is because if a museum like this existed when I was coming up in the public school systems here in Miami, it would have taught me my culture, my history. As someone who has had the pleasure of traveling to Africa and back several times, I know how important it is for a museum that represents people that look like me and students that are coming up. So I support this museum. I support Marilyn and everything that she's doing, and I say, let's go for it.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the CRA Board. My name is Kathy Shea. I reside at 7865 Camino Real in Dade County, Miami-Dade County. I'm a 40-year resident of Miami-Dade County, and although I live in Kendall now, I lived in Coconut Grove and even served on the City of Miami Commission on the Status of Women for a number of years. I'm here today in support of this bond resolution and the allocation for Miami MOCAD to return what was once a women's detention center to a vibrant cultural and civic hub. Then and now, I'm a huge enthusiast of initiatives that instill cultural pride. And I've known Marilyn for many decades. I've seen Miami MOCAD become from a dream, from a thought, to a vision, to a plan, to a series of programs, and hopefully now to a facility situated in Overtown. That's a destination, as Marilyn has often said, for arts and culture and technology for around the world, but also a destination for people like myself, white people who live in Kendall, who may not come to the city of Miami too often. So I thank you for your consideration of this wonderful initiative, and I look forward to seeing you all on opening day. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Madam Chair, good afternoon to our chair, to our commissioners. I'm Rick Beasley. I represent two hats here. One as a board member for the Miami Visitors Convention and Visitors Bureau, but also the leader of the workforce agency for Dade County. So this project has two fronts for me. not only from a cultural side, but also building talent for our respective community. So I stand on behalf to express my unwavering support for this resolution to allocate $25 million for the Miami Museum for Contemporary Art of the African Diaspora. This initiative represents a transformative opportunity for Overtown and our broader community. As you all know, historically, Overtown has been the beacon of African culture and heritage. And by converting an abandoned jailhouse into a state-of-art museum, we're not only revitalizing a negative structure, but also symbolizing the resiliency of this wonderful community we call Overtown. This metamorphosis will energize Overtown, positioning it as a premier cultural destination in the 21st century. Miami MoCAD's commitment to integrating art and technology will provide an invaluable resource for our nearby institutions like Booker T. Washington High School. Students will be having the benefit from interactive art experience, augmented reality workshops, paid internships, and fostering both educational and professional growth. Furthermore, this museum has the potential to become a global pilgrimage site for the African diaspora, attracting visitors all across the world and solidifying Overtown's place on the international cultural map. Supporting this resolution is not just an investment in building this new center, but also it's about investing for our future, for our community, our youth, and the preservation and celebrity of our rich African culture. So I urge you to vote in favor of this allocation and be a part of this historical transformation.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Alexis Brown. I'm a native of Miami, Florida. I also serve on the Multicultural Committee of the Tourism Board, and I'm also the founder and CEO of Social Exchange, which is an entertainment agency that supports and celebrates Black culture here in Miami. Excited and also nervous. This is my first time ever speaking at a commission or a chamber meeting. But the biggest thing that I want to share, in addition to all the things that everyone has said before me, this is the first of its kind in South Florida. There is nothing like this that currently exists. And as Black people and people of color, we deserve to have safe spaces to celebrate our culture, to celebrate our history, and to allow for others to come and to learn our history. And so I just want to thank you all for this time, and hopefully all you will support this resolution for this museum.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Kerb Gardner. I am Creative Director, Chief Strategy Officer, and soon to be the CEO and Executive Director of the Historic Hampton House. When I arrived at the Hampton House and in Miami, I'm not from here, I'm in New York, born in Tampa, but live here and in New York. And I thought about, once I got ingrained into Miami, I realized that Miami could be an amazing gumbo. Like, it could be an amazing gumbo. Why? Because it's got Haitian community, it's got the Jamaican community, it's got a strong Jewish community, it has a white community, but it all sits in the pot. And there's no heat. Nobody's turning the heat on to mix these different cultures in order where we can experience them all. With the Jamaican community not speaking to the Bahamian community, because we all operate in our own different segments, this institution is the right institution to bridge that divide. And where we can go and understand the significance and the importance of art in the diaspora. We have, at the Historic Hampton House, over the last 2 years, have had Art Basel. We are part of Art Basel VIP, and in that space, we are watching people coming in from Finland and from Japan, all of these people that are coming in to experience this culture in Miami beyond what they have now. So an institution as MoCAD is so needed in this area such that people can get a real, true flavor of what all that makes up Miami. And so you have an opportunity to turn this pot on to make this amazing gumbo for the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on any item for the Southeast Overtown Park West CRA agenda? Seeing none, the public comment period is closed, and I would just like to add one thing. That Overtown has two amazing elementary schools, Frederick Douglass Elementary School and Dunbar Elementary School. And more than just the high school, if we can get those little babies interested in art and show them a new creative space, we are going to be making history. Just the exposure alone to our little ones, and we have the opportunity to show them this throughout their educational career, from kindergarten all the way up to high school. We're going to get some artists coming out of that space. We are going to expose them to art, and they're just going to take off. And it's going to be a wonderful, wonderful addition to Overtown and for the families and the entire community and the U.S. So thank you, Marilyn, for your vision, and I'm so honored to be a part of it. Commissioner?
My request is very simple. Marilyn and the rest of you, I just want you to make sure that you get all the good football players at Booker T to go to the U. Okay? Not Florida, not Florida State, the U. That's all.
So, may I have a motion for RE 2, 3, and 4?
Move.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and because I wanted it to take it separate so there is no confusion, may I have a motion for RE 5?
A motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Chair,
Hold on.
is there a motion to approve the minutes for the December 12th?
I forgot. That's right. May I have a motion to approve the minutes for December 12, 2024 and January 23rd, 2025? I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. And at this time, we will take up the Omni CRA meeting chaired by Commissioner Damian Pardo. Once Todd flips the tape.
Yes, give us 60 seconds, and the Southeast Overtop Breakfast Sierra meeting is officially adjourned.
Closed. Concluded.
1 through 6. Mr. Chair, can we have public hearings quickly so we could vote for this?
Chair Pardo, we're good to go.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm calling to order the April 10th, 2025 Omni CRA meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes for the November 21, 2020?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Public hearing. We need
What?
the public hearing.
Oh, I
for this.
know. I know that. I'm about to say it.
Well, usually it's before, not after, but I'll take it after.
Well, here, it's not in that order.
The minutes do not require public hearing.
All right.
There you go. All right. Madam Executive Director, briefly read agenda items, CR resolutions 1 through 6 into the record.
Commissioner, RE1 is a resolution approving funding to continue the enhanced police services in the Omni CRA. RE2 is a resolution approving funding for the real-time crime center cameras to be installed within the boundaries of the Omni CRA. RE3 is a resolution directing the executive director to return an amount not to exceed $2.5 million from fiscal year 2025 reserve account to be returned to each taxing authority that contributed to the CRA trust fund. RE4 is a resolution that rescinds CRA resolution R-24-0047 and authorizes a corrected sublease agreement between the CRA and Wynwood Works Manager, LLC. RE5 is a resolution for acceptance of proposal for construction services at the historic Firehouse Number 2 in an amount not to exceed $320,700 to install the grease trap at the firehouse to be completed in conjunction with the City of Miami Office of Capital Improvements. RE6 is a resolution for the approval of the business grant program for $500,000 annually. And for this item to be amended to include the microgrant program.
The public comment period is now open for all items on today's agenda. Seeing no public comment, we're going to go ahead and close the public comment period. Is there any discussion amongst board members regarding resolutions number 1 through 6?
No, there's a motion for resolutions 1 through 6.
And I will add to that with amendments to include the program for small business grants as microgrants.
Yes.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. That's it. We adjourn the meeting.
Thank you.
And at this time, we are going to have the Virginia Key Beach Park Trust meeting as soon as Todd can flip the tape.
And thank you to everyone who came here, even though we had no public comment.
Ready? Good afternoon. Welcome to the Virginia Key Beach Park Trust meeting for April 10th, 2025. Madam Executive Director.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, we'd like to call the meeting to order, and we'd like to approve the minutes for the Virginia Key Beach Park Trust special meeting, January 23rd, 2025.
Move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. At this time, we'd like to open public comment. We're going to be discussing the quarterly report updates from the Executive Director on the status of the Historic Virginia Key Beach Park Trust. Seeing that there's no one here, we're going to go ahead and close public comment.
Madam Executive Director, I believe that if my colleagues don't need a report, we have the report, we can all read it. Do any of my colleagues need to? So may I have a motion to accept?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you all. The Virginia Key Beach Park Trust meeting is now concluded.
You had something to say?
But it's okay.
Come back at 3?
It is, what time is it?
Almost
1 o'clock, yes.
3.
We will resume the City of Miami Commission meeting at 3 o'clock.